AI for a smarter classroom. At the outset, I would like to welcome Dr. Rudramurthy, our former principal and the current director of PhD there, and I also person Mrs. Gulchandri. I would also thank the faculty colleague, Dr. Sujata, for putting this program together for us. Also I would like to appreciate that many of our faculty from other institutions, PhD, College of Technology, ITech and College of Arts and Science have joined us. I hope you will find this two-day program useful, and I'm sure some of you would have already been using some of the AI tools in classrooms and for research, but I'm sure this will give you a different perspective, and even if we know these tools, I'm sure for example, I've been interested Mr. Subhachandran to take us through Power BI. I'm sure most of you know how to do this. But when another expert is doing this, then they bring in some other perspective and different styles. So that is a good observance and learning. Now, I would also like to thank the sponsors. So this program is sponsored by the AIMS, which is the Association of Indian Management Schools. And two resource persons after Mr. Subhachandran, Mr. Pani Kumar and Mr. Mohan, both of them have been recommended by the Association of Indian Management Schools, and they've been conducting this program in all across India, and they are very sought after resource persons. And I should at this moment mention and also say a big thanks and show our gratitude to Professor Rudramurthy, who has always been a strong supporter for all our initiatives and for sponsoring this event too. Thank you, sir. And for our management for doing this program, allowing us to do this program too. Now, I think that we are also, though we opened up this, FDP for other colleges, but we thought that predominantly we would allow our faculty to benefit out of this. And we have sent very few invites, but with only one college, Banarima Institute of Technology, very progressive institution, so they have registered. We would, with the other participants, you will also find, I'm not sure if they want to join this, but there are about 3 or 4 registrations from them. So these are the only external people who have joined us now. We really did not market this outside, except that for the AIMS registered institutions, we have sent and made some calls, and from a few local institutions. But however, PhD per se being a large conglomerate of multiple institutions, I think we are itself about 50 of us are here. The participants should, I know my colleagues know this, but today we're working, it's a full working day for us, and being the last week before the examinations, we're all partners for time. So some of my colleagues will be joining or leaving, between just for the classes, but nevertheless, since we are doing a recording of this and it is on YouTube live, they will be able to, but have a continuum of this. So please, our apologies if you find it a bit disturbing. Just for until about 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. Otherwise, I think tomorrow is going to be extremely quiet, and there will not be any hindrance to the learning. So again, I welcome you all, and I wish you a very fruitful experience for the next 2 days. Thank you. Can I now request you to say
thank you. When the idea was put by India that we should do the program, it's a word everybody is speaking of very confident in that. And how we can use it efficiently, and the classroom management is the most important thing. Classroom management, there are many models from our own days of high schools and colleges. Present day, they have traveled through many parts, and the models that people professors have tried. We can't say that we have a very successful model available. It is evolving and probably more technology oriented right now, from blackboard to smart board. So this kind of infrastructure development and the software which are used for management. And if you look at the classroom management, a few things which come to my mind probably, let us hope AI will answer this at the end of this workshop. And if you look at the classroom, I'm a teacher also. So the most important thing is to keep the attention of the students. When you have 60 people, 40 people, 50 people, 60 people, how to keep the attention of the students for the entire is the most important thing. When you try blackboard, you know that when you turn around, there will be noise. The problem is the answers are getting distracted on many things and probably they are not able to focus. But at the same time, you see if they see a movie, if you see a serial in mobile phone, you can see how attentive they are. So there is a difference between the way we teach in a conventional way and the way we teach using the software and technology. So I think that is the one important thing that we need to understand. And the next thing is, are we not doing it now? Yes, we are all doing it. You have a PowerPoint and you have videos somewhere in the PowerPoint. These are things that you are trying to do. But this, you are trying to do it manually. Where it requires a lot of expertise to build that kind of audio and video facilities for one particular class. I think AI will help you in that way to make it very fast. But only thing is, when you try to use AI, you also need to be very careful. Because for lectures, it could be okay. Because it is easy and you will be listening to that also. But when it comes to assessment, then probably you will be very careful. Like assignment, submission, and other things. You know this. So these are the problems that we need to work on. So any technology that you try to introduce always has some plus and minus. And the minus that you have to take care. And another important thing is accurate assessment. People used to say, we are teaching, are they listening? Are they learning? These are the questions that have been always asked. And we can never answer to this question that when you have a 1 hour class or 2 hour class, how much that is gone into them and how much they have absorbed, how much that they have learned. Is it really the knowledge and skill has improved? This is a question that we have to answer. And if you really want to make sure that they have learned, and if you want to ensure that you meet the expectations and the immediate on the spot assessment technology, I think again AI will definitely help you in framing lecture plan as well as the assessment online in the classroom. But you need the infrastructure like smart class. But I strongly believe that the people generation having smartphones, we can use that effectively and then try to make sure of it. I think there are many lessons and possible. As he said that PhD average takes up the lead and stands paying, so which has contributed as sponsors of the activity and PhD and PhD care is supporting this initiative. PhD institutions, of course, there are other institutions also. The Coimbatore institution, we are also able to be other institutions also. Faculty members should adapt this new technology as fast as possible and then try to use it. So this is an opportunity for you to introduce a new way of engagement in the school. And that will also, another one more point that I thought which is very important for the teachers is if some students miss a class by absence and they will be lectures that given very easy. If you have a recording facilities of these things in your classroom, then your course plan is already there along with this video or audio built up, then probably they can look at it and learn on their own. And again, some of the slow learners, they need to listen to you again and again. Some of the fast learners, when you just speak about one time and it is enough for them. But some of the slow learners, they need to listen to you again and again. I think technology will help in all this time so that it is a good opportunity to make use of it all the way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a few words and the keynote for the program today. And thanking ma'am for looking at things and the leadership care too for supporting this program. And the first session would be by Mr. Shubachandran, the partner from Insight Analytics, and he is here to talk about Power BI, which many of us might be using, but the appropriate here is how AI can tutor in teaching. Power BI is what we will be helping us with, so that anywhere and everywhere we'll be using AI for even for teaching purposes, for tutoring purposes. That's what will be the takeaway from this session. Thank you.
How many of you are comfortable with Tamil? Other than, if I Tanglish is okay, or should I continue with English? English, okay. I'll try my best. My state board education, how much it's going to help me, I don't know. We'll try. So, first of all, thanks for the management, thanks for the Udumai sir and Director Sujata ma'am and one and all present here. My name is Subhash Chandran. I'm a chartered accountant, but into the technology world. So I run an AI company. So I believe I'm eligible to talk here in terms of the current topic given today. So first of all, I was amazed by Rudramurthy sir's speech. I'm not sure how many of you were able to catch that. That experience makes a man perfect. So he started with the grasping power of each one of us, not the students. Every one of us has a different level, and in the classroom, it is very difficult for us to address each one of their grasping power because you cannot be too slow, too fast, medium. Still, if you medium, somebody will feel bored. So this is the second challenge. Third, answering their questions tailored to their understanding is always a tough task because given the time, given the context of the subject, you might not be able to dwell depth to the below average to people, or depends upon the topic, the understanding goes difference between the same kind of level of people. So even if you put up people in A grade, for different topics, their observability plus their questions will go different, right? The third challenge would be, in terms, these are all the teaching challenges. Learning perspective, the current generation, what we are engaging with, and I've been going to other colleges and even in CS, the attention is very, very, very difficult to keep with them. So that's the observation which I had. I hope you also had with the current set of generation of students. So to keep the attention, what we have to do, it has to be engaging. Like sir said, movie, they are able to sit for 2 hours, but from class, more than 5 minutes becomes 10 movie times. So, so that these are all the challenges in terms of, because learning, that's the most biggest challenge. Number two in learning, again, it's a vice versa, right? So I have some questions which I want to get clarified. In the classroom, I might not get the opportunity to talk, or the dependency. Whenever a student has a question, or the person who, student in the sense, whoever learns a topic, if they have a doubt, typically before 5 years, before GPT era, many of us would do Google, open 10 tabs, and read every content, and end up with nothing, or confused, more than before we were searching the Google. Number two, dependency of people, be it the professor or the peers. It is still the dependency, the time availability, and the humans' unique thing called ego. So it always hurts them. So why I should talk to that person? Why I have to depend on that person? See, these are all the things I am putting black and white. Some of you might feel why he is talking like this, but it is for everyone. It has, right. So the dependency factor in terms of learning is also a key thing. Or the other important point of view was the availability of that resource person or the resource items. So if I am learning of hours, then I have to depend on somebody else, then their availability becomes a question mark. And again, this is a part of availability. The last one on the assessments, number one, for us, it is a big workload in terms of how we assess each one of them. Number two, the bias. Like, if the same content, if it is evaluated by me, it will be a different thing. Even though we have grades, we have methods to evaluate, we have what you call the benchmarks, everything. But still, I believe if you take overall the average, the bias of evaluating a paper or evaluating a student, even in a Viva, it goes in a different parameter if the X versus Y did, how it goes. Because if, for example, if I evaluate a person, I don't see them from the technical content perspective, because for me, that can be learned at any time. But how they present it, how they how they take it as a context, how they understand it is what more important than getting into too much of technical things. But the other person might be in a different way. Everybody is right in their own sense, right? So the bias is very important in terms of evaluation. Third, the current system of evaluation, right? Some things are not questioned because it cannot be addressed, or the technology or the things has not evolved to address. Number one, we have a continuous assessment program. When we studied as well, everyone has a continuous assessment program. Now, if a person passes that 100 questions or 20 questions, whatever the 100 marks or whatever the grades or whatever we have today, does that mean that person has the fluency and the in-depth understanding of the context of the subject? We can't guarantee today. But what we are aiming to achieve was how much we can play with that questions or the examination pattern. We are trying to assess the students' observability and their understanding and evaluate through the marks. So this is the third thing. Fourth, some people might be having good understanding. In my case, I can say code in chartered accountancy. I have many of my friends who could not pass the examination, but I can promise at any place they are better than me in terms of understanding of the concepts, understanding of the things, most importantly, applying the things. So during my articleship with CA, most of my quotes might be coming from CA because I'm a chartered accountant, so I can easily relate and I can make it very simple to make you also understand or relate to that field. So we have 3 years of articleship. The person who has completed during the articleship, they can write the final examinations and clear their CA as well. So versus that person, I have seen the other person who had 5-6 attempts, but still when it comes to a practical problem with the client, the person who does not clear the examination, in many places I have seen they have given a better solutions. So then what does this reflect? Is our assessment system has to be improved, or how it has to be improved? When we studied, I have a edutech platform as well, we were working. So in both in CA as well as in my thing, what we observed was more than you evaluate the student through these questions, what we are evaluating is more important. That means evaluation of understanding of the concept versus how they are able to understand and replicate. apply it. So that becomes more important for us. So these are the things which should be addressed or the AI can address. So now the elephant in the room, what is this generative AI? And I want to understand from your, learn people from you, your perspective, then we'll take it into the practical session. So shall we start some volunteers to, because I don't want to talk, make you sleep. And that is not good. I want to sleep. So you can talk. So any perspective? So ladies first. From or anybody. Your perspective of generative AI. Why? At least you think, or all of you might have that perspective of yes, AI could do something in teaching. That's why you are here. For some other reason also, no problem. But I hope we are on that same page. So what is AI from your perspective, and how it can make things better in terms of the education? Nisabdu. Yes, sir. Wonderful, sir.
AI is very good, my understanding. So generative AI is a very good options for many people. Even the people are slow learners, they can at least they can find answers, right answers from their generative AI. They can learn. So either we think that is a attachment with the faculty and the students are getting lower. But I think it is one thing it is good. So we are a knowledge facilitator. So we have to help them to learn. So we have to teach them how to give a good prompt, so that they can create a correct answer for getting this.
So fantastic. So thank you, sir. So his point of view is the most important word I liked was the facilitator. So we are the facilitator. We are not the best in terms of the knowledge, but we are the facilitator who helps the student to identify the right solution. So many of us who would have created a lot of IAS, CS, and doctors. We are not that kind of, but we could able to, from the schools I'm saying, not only from the higher education, we were able to enlighten them, right? So that was right, and guide them to the right prompt to get the right answer is the one perspective. So anybody else who wants to, do you want to try?
Sir, according to me, the AI is good thing, but still, so we have to validate the content. So our thinking ability maybe, I'm not saying that it will be degraded, but still we should be fast enough to cope up with the thing, and as well as validity we have to ensure.
Very good. So number one, we have to validate the answer. Number two, the most important thing, it is like degrading your thinking process, which I have seen in my office. So we have close to every time I work with this Gen Zs. So then of course whatever who has come in now, and the post GPT era, I have seen. I think I can say it on record as well. The students which we have worked across institutions from Coimbatore as well as some of them from Bangalore as well. The last 3 years, ability of understanding or the ability of thinking has come down. What I personally seen, evaluating them, working with them for every set of students for close to 6 months, I personally see the persons who did computer science 5 years course, or they designated BA data analytics or MSc data analytics, whatever the core area, what they are trying to learn or what they have learned, when they wanted to apply, sir, can I use ChatGPT for the starting? That means they are having the starting trouble of how to start, where to start. Obviously, once they have the code from GPT, then they are at least applying things. I can definitely say that. But their thinking ability is coming down. Why? Because there is a huge difference between pre-GPT era and post-GPT era, which is very core to how we dealt the education or in general as well. Can somebody think about it? What is the big difference between GPT when November 2022 asking first they released GPT 3.5 to the public. Till then, it was November 2019, they released GPT 1 and 2 evolved over a period of time, and November 22 was, everybody also has come to know. So before November 2022, after November 2022, the biggest thing changed due to AI. Can somebody try? Think? Yes?
I would like to see this in two different perspectives, sir. One is before GPT, people had many ideas, but they didn't have resources to bring it to a prototype. So after ChatGPT, those who have creative ideas, they were able to test or ask ChatGPT whether this is feasible or not. So that kind of support ChatGPT has given. But people who are always lazy, they find ChatGPT as a tool to just build the laziness again. So for people who like to be productive, ChatGPT I think is a very good tool. But for others who want to bypass the system, okay, I need not study lots of books, I can get some answers from ChatGPT. Again, that's a tool to improve the laziness. So it depends on the person's perspective on how the tool is being used.
Great. Fantastic. So it means double-edged sword, as every technology has. Still, I'm looking for one more way, a fundamental way of our approach towards before and after AI. I put it into the back box. So, what is that you feel that it has changed? Yes.
So, artificial intelligence, like giving intelligence to the machines, that is what AI, I believe.
Okay.
And then generative AI is, it's create content such as images or text contents based on the already available material. So I would say a major difference in the content creations in terms of writing emails and report preparations. There is a major difference after this ChatGPT has evolved.
So, in simple terms, our English has improved with the help of AI. Now, I have seen even do copy paste, so it is there, right? So, for me, always when I started my corporate career in 2010, writing my first email was so jittery. I was so scared because I have to write to my US counterpart, and I had to use so many tools at the time. The availability of tools also, even if you ask Google, you will have some problem. So then, over a period of time, it took almost 6 months for me to get the comfort of, yes, I'm writing some decent email that can convey the message. Forget about English, forget about grammar. One thing, you work with US, they don't bother about your grammar. As long as they understand your email, that is good. So during my conversation with my US counterpart, I was able to know how, if I speak, he is understanding. Then I will put that same slang in email, and then started learning, understanding. Because I had a problem in terms of communication, the way I studied. I'm not blaming my teachers, the way I didn't get a good understanding of the language proficiency, even though I scored 90+ percentages in this English in all my education. So, nevertheless, so that is one point where we communicate better. But I'm still looking for one key area before I reveal. Anybody want to try? What changed in ourselves, in our thinking, the before GPT and after GPT? Anybody wants to try? Check. In the interest of time, I will. Before GPT, we don't know the answers. After GPT, we don't know the questions. Because for you to get your questions triggered, you have to understand, or you have to have something in front of you and start thinking about it, or you have to be affected or involved in that to ask right questions. Now, if God comes in front of you, what will you ask? If I ask this question now, I am damn sure at least 50% of the people will not have answer for that, which means will not have the question to ask to the God what I need, because we will be blank. We have not prepared for it, right? So similar to that, GPT is there. it asks, whatever I ask, it gives me answer. So what should I ask? So that is a problem. You can think of it, you can relate it. Some of you might not relate, but just go back and think. Open the chat GPT, say if I want to ask something, unless you are bothered by some issues or challenges which you want to solve, you will be able to suddenly type the question and try to get the answer. Otherwise, in a normal day, what should I ask? What is GPT? So that kind of things will come. Now, the problem here is, I wanted to start with ma'am and with the point which I wanted to try was, we have especially the students, how to ask the GPT or whatever this generative AI tools versus what to ask is a biggest difference. So I'll explain you what it is. What we always say to the student is, don't. That means use GPT. You never come out of GPT. You have to use GPT. There is no other choice. But don't ask the answer. You give the question, and also what you have tried, give that as well, and ask what is wrong in it or how I can improve, versus directly asking the question and getting the answer. Now, the degradation of thinking capability in the students in the last 3 years, which I have noticed, I'm not sure, I might be wrong, right? But with the set of populations which we have worked with, they are all spoiled by, I have the question. Even 2 days back, I was in a place called Katapati in a government higher secondary school, addressing the 12th students, 11th and 12th. I asked, are you using ChatGPT? They said, comfortably, yes. How do they ask? How do you use it? One girl was brave enough to come in front of all the teachers, yes, say, sir, I will take a photograph of my questions given by my teacher. Take a photograph, not even typing. You have to note a big difference. Typing has a better giving understanding to you rather than you take a photograph and put it to GPT, get the answer, just write it blindly, right? So they said, sir, I will take a photograph, I'll get the answer, I'll write. Now, the problem in one time they are doing is not an issue. If they continue to do, they never know what they are doing, right? They are not understanding what is expected out of it. And the most important thing, the elephant in the room, again I'm saying, is the thinking. They never induced to think. In all your JEE, whatever, all the entrance examinations, right from CA to doctor to everywhere, you have mathematics and statistics as a foundational subject. Why? Because that enables the thinking capability. That puts you into the challenges, solving capability. Solving comes by thinking. So in order to enable your thinking process, we have this mathematical and other subjects in all the, so why this, what is the connectivity to for a chartered accountant or somebody in any of the CIAs, the mathematics has or the, leave about mathematics. Mathematics is in everybody's life. Statistics has a big role, but these things trigger thinking. The problem of AI today is students, how they use the generative AI. So what we have to preach to them and practice in front of them, put the question, ask them to type it, no voice, no photograph. That is very important. Number 2, ask them to try the answer from their end and then type that answer and then get the answer, get the improvements out of it, rather than ask the answer. So this is my question, giving my answer. You ask them to get the what I have did wrong, how should I improve, what is the things which I am lacking. So that is the questions they have to put it in the generative. So now, so far we have covered few things which I am getting into before getting into the technical things. The problems or the challenges what we have today in learning, teaching, learning and evaluation. So how shall we address? We tried and we come up with some solutions. So before that, I just wanted to touch something on the generative AI part. Some of you might know, some of you might not know, who might not be into the technical side of it. So what is the evolution of generative AI, or what is the evolution of AI? Anybody wants to give a high level understanding? So that I always say, before you deal with somebody, you need to know what, who, where, all fours of W we need to understand. So we are dealing with generative AI day in, day out. So what is this animal? Is it a dog, cat, or a dinosaur? We have to understand. Then it is benefit for us how we get best out of it, right? And how it is evaluating, evolving. We have to be conscious as well. The things which were not right by the generative AI 2 years before is very simple today. It solves as just like that. So we have to be always aware or context aware of what is happening in the generative AI world, so that we are not outdated, right? So how it has to be used. So anybody try to answer what is the generative AI, how it evolved, what actually happens in the back and see. You are dealing with ChatGPT every day. We open web page, chatgpt.com or gemini.com, Claude, Grok, Meta, or your WhatsApp AI, everything. All these are the 5 things which we come across every day. Depends upon your interest. So what is behind that? Maybe little bit out of topic, but I don't want to spend 5-10 minutes on that, so that you get a grasp of, because you also have to say that you went for an AI seminar, so what did they say about AI? So you only teaching this stuff, we get into the technical side of it as well. Anybody? Technically how it works? Anybody has any idea? Want to volunteer? For that only you came, no? You tell. That's what you're thinking? Okay. So generative AI, the important breakthrough from deep learning to generative AI happened in 2017 by Google Brain, a research lab from the Google's wing. They released a research paper called "Attention is All You Need." So you can note it down, and you can also go to the there is an research paper week. So research madam is there. So you can go and study about attention is all you need. This is the paper which changed the world, what we are living today. So what is that attention is all you need does? Machine learning 2010 to 12, everybody was trying it out. Even I was trying to understand what is this everybody saying machine learning that time. Then 12 onwards we were into deep learning, basically the neural machines, how we can make system understand rather than teach the machine, make the system understand things. But we always, so there are technical words called CNN, RNN, the neural network. So these are the things terms, okay, let us not get into it. But we were not able to solve one big thing: give the contextual understanding to the machine to what I asked. So now we always say in English or Tamil, so idam porul eval solluvom. So ஒரே விஷயம் has a different meaning, different context in different situations. So how we will teach that to the machine? So that was the problem which we had. So Google come up with their Google Brain research lab solution called attention is all you need. So why did they have that word? It's simple. Each one of us like attention, including me, everybody, right? Even sometimes I don't know, God also like attention. So திருவிளையாடல் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டீங்க. So you can relate to why he wants attention. So how it works is they invented a technique called a transformer or a deep learning tool. So what this transformer does is it sees the perspective of a single word from, they started with I think 40 dimensions, now they are with 1256 dimensions, which means going is a single word. It will be looked at from a different angle, context. What does this going means along with the previous word and the next word. So this is the context they were able to give it to the machine through transformers. So this transformer is the real transformational thing, what is behind that all, attention is all you need paper. And your entire GPT, Gemini, Claude, you name any technology, dosamavu onnudha, transformer. So how they use the transformer and build the model is what differs from each one of them. This is how generative AI works. So how it works in practical terms, now I have put in some jargons, but you can go back and think about it as well. How it works, if you see, I am going to dash. How will you fill it? I am going to dash. School, temple, so spiritual. Huh? College, sir, college, okay. Next word, theatre, not okay. Huh? Sakara Pokal Vadagadi, no, does not go with the same. So, okay, college, theatre, again. Attend an FDP, so sincere. Sir, back end, I am only speaking, please, and I am able to make somebody speak. Somebody in the back end. Madam, I am going to dash, how will you feel? Ah, eh. So, sorry?
She will answer.
Typical teacher, okay.
Are going to an educational institution.
Educational institution, okay. This side, I am going to
Some location or going to do some activity.
some activity to the. நீங்க என்ன சப்ஜெக்ட் எடுக்கிறீங்க மேடம்? நிறைய எடுக்கிறீங்க. I can understand. Okay. You are going to have fun. Still you believe? After 1.5 hours or 1 hour, I am making you torture. Okay. So now each one of you have a different thought. I am going to dash. Now I'll change the question a little bit different. Now let us see how each one of you answer. I am in Kumbakonam. I am a spiritual person. I am going to dash. Sorry? You are saying temple and anybody, what are the other words you are, what is, in general, just after this question, what comes to your mind?
Copy cutting.
Kumbakonam coffee kadai. Okay, very good. அதுக்கு நீங்க கும்பகோணம் வரைக்கும் போக வேண்டாம் மேடம். In general, I am asking not to think and tell, but in your mind, when I completed the question, some answer would have come. What is that? Temple, pray. Most of you agree? Now, earlier when I said I am going to location to so many things we came, right? Now, why our brain is tuned to answer temple or pray when it's given the next set of sentences? Because it is Kumbakonam, because I am a spiritual person, which means that is the context we have given to the machine. Now you can write in your GPT as well. You put I am going to dash, it will also tell like us, it has millions option, it will scold also, no problem. Then it will ask you, I am going to dash. In my transformer, it is showing 1 million answers. What do you want? So it will ask to you now. Now the models have been evolved. Earlier it was like throwing up some random answer. Now, if I say I am in Kumbakonam, I am a spiritual person, I am going to dash, it will also say temple to pray such that it is related to. So now, attention is all you need is explained with this example. I am in Kumbakonam. That Kumbakonam is a context. Spiritual person is a context. It connects through that and it funnels whatever related to that word, and it has the capability of generating proper English or proper meaningful sentences and throw it to us. This is how generative AI, all your ChatGPT, Gemini, everything works. So why I wanted to put this was, from now onwards, if we are using AI, how it behaves. That animal is a dinosaur, dog. So every animal you have to treat it different. In front of dog, I can be harsh, or I can be like a boss, right? In front of dinosaur, I cannot be like a boss. I have to be submissive. Otherwise, you know what will happen. So this GPT or the generative AI, we have to be aware of what it is, how it works. Once we understand, it will be best for us to tell our students also how should they ask the question, how should they put the context. So many AI things, so many where you know prompt is important, but prompt is nothing but the another word of question, right? But what to put in that prompt to teach the students how to get best is what very important. Why it is important? Just now I explained you from the history, geography, STD of generative AI, how it could answer. We are all clear, right? The one more thing is, GPT has a constraint, right? Like if I talk without gap, how many words I can talk? I have a breathing constraint as well. So maximum 1 minute, blah 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 blah. I have to stop. Similarly, the computational power of a model also has a block. So you cannot put a 1 million question at a one step or 1 million or more than 1 million words in one stretch and ask it to answer. No, it has a constraint. How it has a constraint? Let me explain in one more way. In my question, I am a spiritual person. I am going to. GPT is not going to start with the next word. So what it will do is, it is a recursive model, which means it starts each word with a cumulative sentence, which means I am in Kumbakonam, I am a spiritual person, I am going to, what would be the next thing? So how it works is, it funnels from the data set what it has been trained for, and then it filters out these keywords, and then it filters out the sentences, and then it tries to generate what could be the next thing, next one word. So it can generate only one word at a time, which means I am in Kumbakonam, I am a spiritual person, I am going to temple. இதுக்கப்புறம் திருப்பி it will use the same thing. I am in Kumbakonam, I am a spiritual person, I am going to temple to pray. Again, I am in Kumbakonam, I am a spiritual person, I am going to temple to pray for well-being. Again, so what you see in the front screen, it just types out your answer? No. In the back end, it has to read that sentence every time to generate the next word. For generating that next word, it has to go through a cycle of understanding of, this is called generating. So why this is important in teaching, student also need to understand the context is very important, because நம்ம GPT சுத்தல விடுறோம், நம்ம கேட்கறத வச்சு it is going to run again and again and again. So whatever the right keywords, so key value pair is the technical term, we have to put in to get the right answer from the GPT, right? So these are all the key things which, these are all very small things, but very important to get the right answer. When madam told GPT can give wrong answers, we have to verify, right? So this is the method. At least in the base self, we will have the right answers from the GPT. To give you a perspective, the model which was there 3.5 or the Gemini 1.5 or the Claude 3, whatever those set of, I would say, Esther era models, versus what we have today, the state-of-the-art 5, GPT 5 or 5.1 they released yesterday, and the Gemini 3 which is going to come in another few days, they are much better in terms of the thinking capability. So what does this thinking means? You all know this Chinese always amaze us with their thinking capability, right? So what did they do 1.5 years before, or just this start of this year? Anybody remember? With respect to generative AI? DeepSeek. So what is DeepSeek did different than generative AI? Sorry? No. Image generation was not part of it. Image generation is different. That is from the diffusion models. DeepSeek is a text generation model. So, anybody?
Something like teacher learner model, which
exactly. So can I have a big round of applause for him? So right keywords. So teacher learner model, they call it as reinforcement learning, RLH, or reinforcement learning model. So what it does is, we understood these are the keywords the model uses to answer our question. Before that, it's called the zero shot prompting, which means it starts with the question, it throws the answer, and then keep quiet. It never validated that answer, whether that answer belongs to the, okay, I'm looking like Nityananda talking, so me talking to me. So it never validated the answer it has generated. So this DeepSeek guy, what they said, sir, situation is the mother of invention. What US did was, with Biden's thing, they cut the latest A100 NVIDIA chips to the Chinese. They had the previous decade H80, 800 or 80 chips, right? The GPUs which used to train the model. So with the lowest power, they have to achieve the biggest thing. So what they come up with was reinforcement learning, which means when I generate an answer, I feed that answer back to the model and ask, this was my question, this is your answer, does it make sense? Model's problem is, or model's best ability is, with the keywords, it will start generating again. So I give a question, it gives an answer. Rather directly using the answer, model itself uses that answer to think, this A guy has asked me this question, I have given this answer, is it right or not? then it will generate again unless it satisfies that yes, it makes sense. Right? This is the DeepSeek what they have done, reinforcement. That changed the world completely. At least we are 5 years ahead of what we would have seen in 2030 we are seeing today. That's what that one thing, reinforcement learning, changed a big way how generative AI or what we are seeing today is possible. Number 3, mathematics was never a GPT's thing till the thinking process coming. And they introduced one more thing. English they can generate, which means they can generate code as well. So they started to solve mathematical problems using coding. Using like how we use calculator and solve, they used coding Python to ask even 1 plus 1, they will write a Python code equal to variable 1 equal to variable 2, this, that, and then answer the question. So your mathematical accuracy also improved. So these are the contexts which I wanted to keep you in mind when you deal with generative AI with respect to teaching, which means why these are all important. As I always keep on saying in this class, unless we know whom we are dealing with, we will not be able to get best out of it. So when we teach our students how to use generative AI to get best out of best out of it for them as well as for us, it is very important what this animal is, right? So with this, we'll get into a technical side of thing. Okay. So they said Power BI, this guy spoke 1 hour, பச்சைக்கிளிங்கிற வார்த்தையே வரல, Power BIங்கிற வார்த்தையே வரலன்னு சொல்லி யோசிச்சிருப்பீங்க. So now we'll get into one topic. So how many of you have, not this one, no Power BI? KNOW. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 only. Others have, you have that context of what is Power BI, what it can do? Yes, so there are another 2-3%. So do you have understanding of what Power BI can do? How many of you are hearing only today that there is something called Power BI? 1, 2, 3. Because I want to honest answer, because I have to understand and make where to start rather than getting directly into things. Okay, please. Others, you have an idea about what is Power BI or not? I understand 10 people have shown they know what it is. So can I take 80% of you just know what Power BI means, or you don't know what is Power BI? ஏதாவது பேசுங்க. Don't know. சரிங்களா? அப்போ we'll start it. So in this tool, what we tried to achieve was 3 things. Why I keep on go back to Rudramurthy sir was our entire 1.5 year research, he just finished in 1.5 minutes. So that's still I'm not able to come out of that shock, because in teaching, because I am not a core like you doing the teaching day in day out, I am doing for passion, and we wanted to contribute to the teaching, the education world. So when it comes to, situation is the mother of invention, I was pushed into teaching, make my passion into a commercial thing, because we needed people and we didn't have, and we have to train them and get it. So now those things get into play. So the passion versus with the necessity, we get into this. But we wanted to make sure we make it right. So the thinking process, what it went was, we used a concept called CRISP DM from data science. You can go and search as well. So what it means is, in data science, you start with the problem statement, then you get into the understanding of the related data, then you prepare the data for solving your problem, Once you prepared, then you get into the analysis and you get into the discovery session, then go back. This is a cycle. So when we see this concept, we thought this is the best thing to use in teaching as well. So what it means is, we start with 5 stages of teaching. 1, discover. That means put it in layman perspective, what that technical. So mostly this is a technical tool, and all other technical tools, this approach will help you. Obviously, you are all veterans. This small things would change your perspective. You can improve from here as well. So the number 1, what we wanted to put was, put things in layman perspective, the things around you, connect with the things around you for the technical subjects, so that people will just take a step inside. Yes, I know this is what it is. So that layman perspective is very important. Number 2, an example. How? Because the Power BI kind of tool, okay, since most of you said Power BI. So Power BI is a tool, analytical tool developed by Microsoft to solve the Excel problems. Because Excel has lot of limitations. Microsoft Excel, you all know, right? So that Excel has a lot of problem to support the analytical world. So what they come up with was an upgradation of that tool. What it has, all the things which a Microsoft Excel can also do. On top of it, whatever the problem Excel has, it does not have. So that it addresses the data analytics or the data science world, not data science, data analytical world, much helpful. So for example, if a company analytics comes, most of the major percentage of user of this tool is business. Say 80% they don't use it to business. Say for example, in a company, they want to analyze sales. You have data scattered across various formats. This tool can be used to pull in the data into one central repository and then start modeling it in a way we can understand and interpret. Later, say, I'll repeat. This Power BI is a tool which is developed by Microsoft for analyzing the businesses. That is you can do it for all other things, but today practically 80% the business community uses this. How they use this? They connect all the scattered resources, data sources to this tool, one tool, and then transform that tool and then make that information in the front end. So I'll also show the Power BI tool how it looks like. Okay, let's come. So if you will visualize that, and then it makes your decision making easier. This is one simple word of how the Power BI tool helps you. Now comes to the learning of the technical tools like this, we come up with that crisp DM concept where you start with layman understanding of what a particular technical topic is, and then get into an example of where it will be used in the business. Then remove the myths. What are these tools? What this tool or this technique in Power BI is not that some other technique. Then you get into the real world technical terms. So by the time you go to technical terms, the student would already been anchored into the basic concept, what it is, how it is and all. Then you will get into the technical subject of it and teach them. They will easily understand. That discovery process of crisp DM is what we try to adapt into this. So this is how Power BI report looks like, or a page starts looks like. So you can connect with any of these sources of data. We are going to do that now practically, and let me straight away go there and do it. So okay, now coming to the last point of how we connect AI with the Power BI learning, or for that matter any technical learning. So this particular tool talks about how we integrated learning of Power BI using AI. So number 1, this is an online tool where AI is online, so you can use it anywhere, anytime. Number 2, what we want to bridge the gap what Mr. Rudramurthy sir said was, one size does not fit for everyone, which means when we teach, we have to teach for individual person to their attention, so how they can understand better. Number two, their attention we have to keep means, I'll go to a syllabus and then, okay, let me put it here. Always have that content not more than few sentences, because in classroom the biggest problem of online teaching is you pour the content like a flood. The student who is trying to understand will never able to go beyond one paragraph, because by the time they crosses the second, third paragraph, because we'll be in GPT also this you have this problem. Once you ask some question, now the 5.1 version they said they have sorted this, but generally you ask a question, it will throw you 3-4 pages of answer. By the time we cross the second paragraph, we will forget our question itself what we asked. That is how it is today. So what we want to understand or make things was, put it in simple words, in one shot what I can speak, it should not be more than that. So that self-contained chunks, so that you keep the attention. Today the Gen Zs are short skilled, which means their attention span is maximum 30 seconds to 2 minutes maximum, right? So I have to keep them in that. Number two, as I said, the discovery phases, how it explains everyday analogy, example, and then what is the misconceptions, and then the metaphor, and then get into the technical concepts. So this is the way you anchor them slowly into the technical subject, rather than starting. If I am talking about say web connectors in Power BI, I start with, okay students, we are going to learn about web connector today. The web connector means so and so, blah blah blah. Then nothing will get into their mind. So we have to start from, I have to go back, not from this 5th slide. I have to ask them, understand in-depth analogy, which means this is what an example we wanted to do. Imagine the web as a vast library filled with information. Accessing the web data is using a library's online catalog, that is the Power BI web connectors. You search for a specific book, that is the data set, using the URLs, that means web URLs, and then the catalog returns the web address, the location of the book, and then you import the data and then analyze. This is how we started. So which means directly I am starting with in Power BI. I said, right, you have to connect to different sources of data. This is one particular way of connecting to the web data, which means you can connect this Power BI to the website's internet data and then suck all this information into it and start analyzing. How to do that? You need to know how to use that web connector in the Power BI. Now if I start telling directly without this example, directly get into web connector means web connector is a tool, this, that, then they will not get that answer. So first we want to give the layman example. So then what we wanted to do was everyday example. Okay, now I told you how web connector Tamil. So we have given an example of what it could be, like library fetching that information, this web connector is doing that activity. In real world, I can say easily understand all this AI company put this word called weather data. So today the weather data is published by AccuWeather, this, that, Tamil Nadu, this, everybody has that information available in their website. How can I get that information into my system is what we have explained. So they are saying, checking the weather forecast on your phone, accessing the web data, your web app, your weather app in Power BI connects to the web service, that means the website who has that weather data, and then put it in your dashboard directly. You need not go to anywhere else. We can suck that weather information from the website and then show it here. So now, first we explained with what is or example of layman example of what web connector could be. Then we now put in one more real world example of what it could do versus what it can, or what it is versus what it can do. Then we directly get into the misconceptions that all web data is freely accessible. No, in many of the web data you need access. Yes, madam.
Why don't you give
temporary access to this so that people can see the text and then answer?
Yes, you can. I mean, this is like I didn't have the participation details earlier, but you can visit this website. It has a free demo. You can log in, and once you share the email ID, we can enable this access for you as well. So you can try it out and make it. Maybe in the interest of time, we'll go with this. People, we can directly later. We'll share this ID. You can. It has a free demo access for 15 minutes, but once you share your IDs, we will enable the full access for you as well to explore and how to use this. So what are the misconceptions in this? So we have to all say, this particular thing, we always feel that very important. When we teach only the rosy pictures of a particular content, but we never get into the nitty-gritty of what it is not, or what are the challenges in it when you access. This is very important when you deal with a technical tool. You have to say how it has to be used and what are the challenges in it. Then you get into a visual metaphor, like this is like a pipeline. So next biggest thing is in AI, using AI, somebody studied the image generation. Use the image generation and explain through visual what we are trying to achieve. So here we will come to that. We have separate place for that. Now we have just given it as an example to visualize in their mind. Sorry. So imagine a pipeline, a data connection, bringing water from a reservoir, like wherever the technical term we connected with web data source into the Power BI. The pipeline has the data gateways, the control flow, how much water I have to come in, all those things. Then the water before reaches your tap, you do the visualization. So with the web data, what you will do, the imaging visualization is very important. Now we will get into the technical connection of this. So when we teach technical concepts in this method, people, that whatever Rudramurthy sir said, the learning problem versus teaching problem will all get addressed in one shot. Which means we bring their attention into smaller particles, keep them on ground with that particular one topic at a time. Number two, we first relate it to them to the first level understanding, and then the example, and then technicals and misconceptions and all those things. Now, the one big thing which is I have not yet told is how AI is used here. Okay, the entire content is generated by AI only. That is first level of using AI. Number two, what is missing between online classes and offline classes? What is the key difference? What you see, believe you have, you always comes to your mind, online versus offline. What is the biggest difference? I'm not saying which is best. Each one is best on so on terms. But what is the key differentiator? See the emotion of the student, very important. Sorry? Okay. Attention?
Attention of the students.
Attention of the students. Sir, in this class, if I am talking this much, how can I, or how much I would have got the understanding of how much is the attention of each one of us? Until you speak, madam, I have never seen you. Or you were never coming into my visibility, because the monitor was, from here, from my visibility, I could not see you. So this has everyone has the problem, right? So your point is valid, we'll come to that. So what is any other key differences from the student perspective? Student perspective. Peer learning will not be there. Today online you have this collaborative learning as well. One key thing. Visualization. Sorry, but still we can do. We have the tools we can show in class as well. That's the first point which I want to hear. The pace at which each one of us want to learn. Some of you, the way I am going very slow, you would have got, I could see a lot of yarns. So the interest would have gone down as well. The pace, somebody wants faster, somebody wants slower, that can be done through online. The second thing, one more important thing,
focus.
Focus.
Change. You want to change the pedagogy.
எனக்கு பிடிக்கலன்னா வேற சப்ஜெக்ட் போய்க்கலாம் திருப்பி.
Teaching style you can change.
Teaching style you can change. Okay. So நான் தான் ரொம்ப தப்பா யோசிச்சேன். சரி.
You can maybe understand the pulse of the audience. If you're
That is very important. Okay, in the interest of time, I'll say third thing is, if I have a question in online class, where will I ask? Online has two things: in-person teaching versus content teaching, content giving teaching. So in-person teaching also, you have a smaller window where anybody having, like I am asking, anybody having question? After 2 minutes, okay, no questions, thank you. So that is what most of it, not each and every. So what we are bothered about is that not the last bench student, but the last level of understanding, in the understanding level, who has that last level of understanding, is it his or her questions answered? The second thing is introvertness. They will have the biggest question, they will have the biggest metaphor things to ask, which will enlighten everybody, but I am an introvert, I will not ask. Right? Now, sorry? Yes, it's a thing. That's why. So what we wanted to achieve here was, what if somebody can talk and get the answer, whatever they want, in their language and in their method of understanding. So here let us give a try. Can you explain me this technical jargon here in a simple layman? Can you explain me in a simple layman terms, what is these technical words? One second. Just give me 2 minutes, so I'm just trying to load the. Can you explain me this technical concept from a layman perspective?
మీరు పవర్ BI సిలబస్ లో వెబ్ డేటా సోర్సెస్ ను యాక్సెస్ చేయడం అనే అంశాన్ని చూస్తున్నారని నేను అర్థం చేసుకున్నాను. లేమన్ కోణం నుండి సాంకేతిక అంశాలను వివరించమని మీరు నన్ను అడుగుతున్నారు. పవర్ BI లో వెబ్ డేటా సోర్సెస్ నుండి డేటాను.
Sorry, it was earlier selected Telugu language, so it was going with that. I'll change it. Just a minute. can you explain this key technical components in a layman language? Can you explain this key technical concepts in layman language?
మీరు ప్రస్తుతం మాడ్యూల్ 2 డేటా అక్విజిషన్ అండ్
Okay. I think what I have selected was the Telugu language earlier. So we'll take a break. Post this break, I'll share the link as well. Then we'll try together. So the concept we wanted to try was, if somebody has any questions towards it, they should ask in their own language and get the understanding. The algorithm should work in such a way, if I ask in a slow learner perspective, or it should understand what is my understanding level, and then the AI should answer. So that is the key thing which we want to address. One size does not fit everyone, so we wanted to tailor-made things to explain each student's level, how we can answer them. So the biggest difference between the online and offline thing was how they ask question and how they get answered for their level of understanding. So that is the one thing which we want to solve through AI, which means we are addressing the every student's thinking and their understanding level, and answer according to their level to keep up the space. Content is same, but how it is taught to the respective students to their understanding level is what we wanted to achieve. So this is what we'll take a break and then we'll connect again. Thank you. Just like that, other keep on. We just not understand the age. So எல்லாரும் வர்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி shall we install the Power BI? எல்லாரும் டெஸ்க்டாப் வச்சிருக்கீங்க, ஐ மீன் லேப்டாப் இருக்கா இல்ல டெஸ்க்டாப் நம்பி இருக்கிறவங்க இருக்கீங்க? எதுக்கு they will get the people. So whoever has laptop, I'll give you the instructions. You can just download it. So later also you can try it out. So it will take some time, கொஞ்சம் bigger file size, but let us do it. So store அப்படின்னு டைப் பண்ணுங்க. கீழே உங்களோட சர்ச் பாக்ஸ்ல கீழே விண்டோஸ் சர்ச்ல ஸ்டோர் அப்படின்னு டைப் பண்ணுங்க. Some of your computer might not have that ability, but still we'll try, most of you. At least you will know what to do, then you can later try also. டெஸ்க்டாப்ல மட்டும் வர்றதுக்கு ஒரு கொஞ்ச நேரம் ஆகுங்க. நம்ம டீ சாப்பிட்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி போட்டுருக்கணும். So how many of you are able to see the store here? எல்லாரும் உங்களோட டெஸ்க்டாப்லயோ லேப்டாப்லயோ பார்க்க முடியுது இல்லைங்களா? Click the store. So store loading will happen for say 5 seconds. Everybody able to see the store in your laptop or desktop? யாருக்கெல்லாம் ஒர்க் ஆகுதோ at least. Anyway, we have the recording, so you will be able to see that as well. So now in the search bar, in the top, in the store, in the search bar, type Power BI. So you will have an option called Power BI Desktop.
Those are installing in the desktop, it will ask for admin username and password. Working is further difficult.
So Gautam will help you, whoever has the desktop. So at least can you put your hands so that he can know. Sir, பாத்துங்க. ஒரு 5 3 8 ஒரு 10 பேருக்கு நீங்க லாகின் பண்ணி சொல்லணும். First இவங்களுக்கு போடுங்க. I think she is ready with that. I think உங்க லேப்டாப்ல it would ask you. So Power BI desktop உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் you are able to see that right in your. So just click that. For me it is already installed. It says open. For you it might get it, something like get it. So click that get it. My memory goes right. So it will say it is downloading for you. So no need. For desktop you don't need to have create account. For store system login ஆகலீங்களா? How many of you are asking? I mean, it is asking for you to give the user ID password. Forget it. Not logged in. So you can use your office ID. ID. Sorry. Okay. I think. No need to log in. See, Power BI desktop for working login is not mandatory unless they have changed something in the recent past. So desktop you can work without login also, and it is free version. 90% of what is available in Power BI is available in free version itself. The only difference is every Power BI report is made with this desktop application, then it is published to the web. Why it has to be published to the web? I have created the food, I have to serve to the people, right? So similarly, you created the analytics report. That report has to be shared with somebody else. You have to go to the publication. That publication also is available inside the Power BI. For publishing to you, your ID, you don't need that means access from the pro access from Microsoft. But the only problem is you have to make it user restricted, which means every report published to the web page in the Power BI app service, it is free. And once you publish, it is available to the entire world. Whoever types in Google, the search engine will search your report also and show it to them. You have option to make it private also, no problem. But only Microsoft charges when you want to share to specific people. So that time you also have to have a pro license. The respective person who wants to restrictively see also need to have a pro license. This is the anatomy behind this, I would say, because that is how Microsoft is earning money, which means it gives you the tool free for your own use. You develop, Microsoft does not charge to you, it does not need internet, you will be able to do everything within your computer itself with that offline. Once you download it, the application is within your computer. Even without internet, you will be able to use that application, which means you can start building the reports, connecting to the sources, building the, now we will see that. Once you want to publish, you need internet, it will be published to your Microsoft ID, where that ID is connected to. It will have a Power BI app service that will get connected and it will be published. I repeat, the published information will be publicly available to everyone, so you have to be very careful what you are publishing, if at all if you want to share with somebody. You want to publish but keep it private? Yes, you can enable that option so that it will not appear in the public web searches. Still you can publish. Why? I can see it in anywhere with my Microsoft login ID. I don't need to have my desktop wherever I go. I can see that application. If I go on a particular app service using my ID, I can see my report. Microsoft charges one, because we are all Indians. Before we get into anything, we need to know the money side of it. So even for the students we want to teach, the Microsoft charges only when you want to share the application, published application, to the specific people. So specific people means then Microsoft says you are using my tool and also you are using my website. I am incurring charges, so you also share with me. I have to get some profit and share feed my employees also. So they are charging $20 per, I think, month for one pro user. So you can, I think it's month or year, we have to check that. So then the other person who is going to see your specific report also should have the pro license. Then only you can see that, share the things. This is how Microsoft, the commercials works. But for us to explore, understand and make reports and then share with, publishing to the website, Microsoft site, everything is free. That is not restricted by Microsoft. So we are clear, at least to start with, because we need to understand what we are going to do with. Because since many of you said you have not seen Power BI or understood or just heard about Power BI, this is how it works. So I will show the. Now, whoever has installed, it will take some 5 to 10 minutes to install, depends upon your internet speed and things. Let it get installed. How to use it, we will see it in the other tool, and the other tool access also, I think the link might be shared by ma'am to everyone. I'm not sure the communication portion, how it works. So now I'll go to the tool. Here it has standard 15 minutes availability, free availability. Once I have your ID, I will enable this for 30 hours, the basic program, so you can use it completely for learning, because I need to have your ID to enable it for the full version. So now we will try and understand what it is. I'll just take you through how this works. This is a welcome guide. Then it gives the I think the internet is slow because everybody is using. So it is telling about why to choose Power BI. So it can connect to hundreds of data sources. It have an intuitive interface which you can click and drag, and real-time analytics. Okay. So it has the collaborative features, as I said. So we'll first understand why choose, because many of you might not understand what is Power BI. This is now it is visible in the back. So the first benefit of is seamless integration, which means let us take an example and then we will work through it. All of you from college, so we'll take in college, if any college for that matter, if you take, you have number of departments, and each department have number of years, that's first year, second year, third year, fourth year, whatever, and then you have subject, and then these are all connected to one student or respect to each student. Now, if I want to understand, say let us take PhD iTech, it is there for say 10 years, the new one. Now, say let us take mechatronics. I want to understand how the mechatronics students fare in the second year, average marks, how they obtained, what are the number of events they have visited, and what is the subject which they have picked in. So what is the topic in which they have picked in. Now, all this information offline we will be having in the educational, the respective college's portal or their application, education application, or they will have it in the Excel. Do you all agree? Yes. Now the Excel will have multiple sheets for multiple departments. Say for example, year 2024-25 we will have one Excel sheet. Then we will have tab wise, year wise, this one. Then there will be multiple sheets. Now I have to combine everything and then derive information out. My intention was to understand this mechatronics department or this particular subject, how they fared and in what topic they have scored the most. Which means we want to understand what is going good and what is going bad, where they have the lowest marks. Now, say let us take, it has last 10 years of data which is into each Excel into another 10. So 20-30 Excels we have, multiple rows, multiple lines student wise, but what we wanted to understand was some particular thing. So Power BI has the facility where you can connect to the Excel workbook. So you can connect to the Excel workbook. You can connect to the SQL server, which means any database. Here it says only the basic things. We'll get into. This is how the main report. Once your application is installed, if you open, it will lead it to here. Now, for example, we have to connect to the data source. Get data is the way. See, when we learn cycle, first we have to learn how to get into the cycle. Then move. Then finally comes how to get down of the cycle, right? So now we are getting into the cycle, which means in Power BI, we all have that understanding. Now it can consume lot of data and then provide meaningful insights to me. This is the basic one line of what Power BI can do. So this is what we are also trying to say here. Power BI is a Microsoft Premier Business Intelligence platform designed to help individuals, organizations to make data-driven decisions
So,
through.
excuse me.
Yeah.
So you want us to have both Power BI open and this tutor genie also open?
Yes.
But this tutor genie is asking us to register for a new account.
Yes. Unless you register, you cannot get in.
Just hold on. And it's asking for an OTP, but the OTP is not coming in.
It
Showing some error. Showing some error.
No, I'm able to.
So I'm not. We are not getting it.
Okay. For now, you can see here, and then later we will enable that automatic registration through your email ID, and then share it with you all. Right? So we can, in the interest of time, we can go through this. Power BI, if you are able to install, then that is also well and good. I'm not sure because some of you might be able to, many of you might not be able to. So we'll see what is the technical glitch. We'll fix it. So now, so this is through data modeling and interactive visualization, real time. This is what Power BI says. And what are the benefits? As we say, seamless integration of resources. So here you can see it can connect to these many resources. So you name it, whatever the data you work with. I will see if I can magnify. So Excel workbook, most of us work. Then Power BI semantic models, which means Power BI models. The data flows. These are all basic Microsoft services. Then the SQL, the databases. It can connect to any database. TXT or CSV files. Web, which we saw just before this one. OData feed, which means through database connections without server, it can also do. It can also connect to the. So there, if I click more, you will see what are all the detailed level of connections it can do. You can see here. It has all sorts of data. So if files, it can connect to Excel, TX, text, CSV, XML, JSON, anything. From database, it can connect to SQL, Oracle, Postgre, Teradata, SAP, Google BigQuery, Snowflake, any data, you name it, it will be having. Microsoft Fabric, Azure, online services, that means WebPoint, SharePoint, all those things. So it can connect to any database. So how do you? One second. My magnifier has some issues. Just a minute. So how many of you that Microsoft Power BI has installed into your system? So now you are able to open it and see this. This is still open. Okay. It's slow like me, so it takes some time to open. So once you open, first thing is how I get in my data into the Power BI. That is what very important. That's why we started with that as well. So you can connect to any of this one. So now if I go back to our thing, we just a minute. since everybody is working, speed has a problem. So here we'll go to syllabus. You can see it in the YouTube as well. So when you go back, so here I can select any chapter which you want to understand. So most of you can start from Microsoft introduction. So definition and purpose, installing Microsoft. So once you go back also, once we get your ID, we'll enable the access to you. So you can see how to install as well. We have a lesson for that. So you can use it here and how to install those things. We will skip for that right now, the Power BI architecture and all those things. We will get into the data acquisition. In data acquisition, in the interest of time, we will be covering only one topic, that web data connection, which makes little interesting for you, how to connect a web source and bring data from websites into your system. That we have seen. We will do it once your Microsoft things are installed. Let it get that installed. We will learn first, then we will apply. We have a video as well, which will help you to do how to do that. So first, I will collect accessing web data sources. So now it is there. Just a minute. Is it visible now? The back also? Yes. Right. So now the way we have structured here is first the overview, and then you have either some of you might have this voice is good for you to understand, or you can type it as well to get the answers. So let us start with basic first thing. Just let me use this as well. Just a second. I'm just trying to fit this so that it can be seen from the back as well. So let us get into the subtopic. So the basic is overall thing which we will know. So I'll get into the subtopic. Now, at the outset, I have told you what is Power BI, how it can be used. In one of the first step, there are various sources we can connect. Now we are trying to connect with websites. So how to learn that, we will do it from, we'll try to understand from here. So it says, imagine the web is a vast library filled with information. Now the website is, web data is like the library where you can use the Power BI connectors and then search the specific web page and get the information. This is like a basic analogy. Now in the next stage, what we are going to do is also get the weather update directly into your system. So here it is weather update. Sometimes you in your college websites or the money market websites, for example, I want the exchange rates or my latest stocks information. I can directly connect to the website, money control website, and then get the data directly live from the website and put it into as an input to my analysis. Say if I, for example, we are stimulating or we have some certain types of stocks, right? We need to know what is the latest rates which is changing and understand what is my profitability. It is going in a day in, day out. For this, what I have to do, if I need to do manually, I have to go to that website every time, take that information, say every 1 hour, come back here, put that against my stock, and then compare what is my yesterday's value, what is my today's value, what is the gain or loss I have done. This I have to do it manually. Now with Power BI, what we can do is we can connect to the respective websites which give free information with say 5 minutes delay. They will give the market information available. money control. There are lots of websites. So we can connect to the website and then get the latest, say for example TCS stock data, or Wipro stock data, Infosys stock data, BHEL. Then you put it, you have already your stock information. I have 20,000 shares, 10,000 shares in this. Multiply that, right? What is the previous value? What is the current value? Have how much I have earned, how much I have lost. You can see your portfolio. This is one of the example we can do. So to keep it simple, what we have done is the weather data we have connected. So we can. There are a lot of weather information which is available. So it says you can connect to the weather data and understand. Now, these are the misconceptions. What is not and what is right? What are all the things needed? All website data are not directly accessible by everybody. Say, for example, if you want to access some company's information or some college information, college websites will be protected by their passwords and authentications. That can be accessed through providing that authentications here in the backend as well, which means if you are going to a website, putting your password and access and getting that information, here also you can connect and it will ask for the password and answer, the login ID and password. You can put it in the Power BI. Power BI will store it and then it will use that for every time accessing that web page as well. So this is what the common myths. So generally it's not like I can access any data in the website. No, if there is an authentication, we have to use go through that authentication. Then this is like an analogy. Now comes the technical session, and how many of you that Power BI has installed already? Most of you. You have opened it? Okay, keep it ready. So now there are a lot of technical terms here. So first we will understand what are the technical terms here. So to my luck, I will see if my language goes good. So now here we have explained what it is, but we might have some questions. What is URL? What is API? I will not know exactly what it is. So let us try these questions as well, and also we'll go for the voice as well. So first I will try and ask, what is URL, API and JSON? Explain me in layman terms. So it has provided the answer here. This is what we said. Through AI, whatever the questions I have, say in a online class, they would have given the explanation still what I have shown in the top, right? So after that, if whatever the content I have prepared, so I thought this will be answering all the questions, but still I could not understand as a non-technical person what is API, what is JSON, XML, I don't know. So now I want to understand. We can ask in the bottom itself. It will try an example. So now I have asked to put it in my layman. So I have put some spelling mistake also, no problem. What we mean is, for each individual, their understanding level, we are asking the question. So now I have put layman term. Somebody else explain me like equivalent to a cricket, or somebody asking to connect with the stock market and explain me. So whatever their kind of question, they can ask and it will adjust and put it in their terms and explain. So here it's a general thing. So it says, no problem. Let us break down those into small, simple language. I hope it is visible. So think of an URL, Uniform Resource Locator, as the specific web address of the location, or web address or location of your data you want to access the internet. Much like the web address of a book of that library catalog, which we said in the earlier. An API, application and programming interface, is like a library online catalog or a special menu that a website or service offers, allowing Power BI to directly ask for specific data in an organized way. Rather than you are having to manually browse each page, it's how the different computer systems talk to each other to share information. Sometimes requiring API key for access. And finally JSON. What is JSON? It has given two common languages or formats web services used to package and send the structured data. Like how weather service might organize and send you the temperature and precipitation details to your weather app, making it easy for the Power BI to read. Which means now I was not aware of what is URL, what is API and all those things. Now when I asked, it is trying to explain in a more natural way or more intuitive way to answer. I can still go and say any further questions from reading this. Still, you might ask some questions. So we can ask one more question here to understand it much better. So I said I didn't know this technical jargons. Explain me, it has explained. But still, some of you might have some different questions. Let us ask. Any questions on this technical thing? So everybody aware of what is JSON, XML? Now still it is not understandable, right? Okay. Okay, I can speak also. Still I don't understand JSON and XML. So I have made it explain to like a 10-year-old. So it will try to explain what it is. So it's completely understandable to find JSON and XML a bit confusing first. Let's think like this. When you are accessing web data, it is like website sending you a message with information inside. JSON or XML are two just different ways that message can be written and organized to so that computers can understand it. Imagine you are getting a recipe from an internet. If it is in JSON, it is like a very neat, simple list of ingredients and steps. Often uses curly brackets to group things and make it super quick for easy to Power BI to read such recipe, reach each piece of information. If it is an XML, it is like using the tags, everything like a sugar or mix everything, which helps easy to each part of that information is very structured way. Both are just different languages that website uses to send the data. And the great news is Power BI is like a clever translator that can understand and work with both of these informations and formats. Now it is giving much more information. Now this is the way we can leverage AI in a learning tool, not only in this one. So whatever the learning tool which you think in your college or organization should have, you should embed artificial intelligence into it such that it answers your questions specific to that portion. The problem with Google search or ChatGPT or Gemini, whatever is, when you ask something, you can ask the same question, right? Why should I do it inside a tool? Not only this tool, I'm telling you, when you go back into your college and you wanted to build something like this with your IT department and do this, my suggestion would be put it in the respective tool itself rather than asking the student to go to the ChatGPT and do it. There are two problems to it. One, they will get distracted when you move different screens. You will be distracted. Number two, ChatGPT or Gemini, whatever, will not know the context of where you are studying this, in what scenarios, what is before, what is after, and all those things. When we have a tool already, which means when you have a learning tool, LMS, anything already, you can ask your IT department to embed generative AI into that page with that specific context, so that when AI answers you, so now you can see, I would have asked to go ChatGPT and ask what is JSON and XML. It would have still thrown me that answer, but it would have never got the context of I am using this in a web connector, trying to understand what is a web connector in Power BI and how it is used. So here, when it is trying to answer that, finally it says Power BI knows how to use this and how it connects to the data, why and what. With that, so context is very important. That is where we say general artificial intelligence has to be embedded in the place where we use things, rather it is as a separate tool. That makes a very big difference how we learn. Number two, in terms of distractions, even if we say there are people who will come up, because we have done this research to a greater extent. People say, I will go to ChatGPT, I will give the full context, and then I'll start learning. Yes, we can do, but after the third question, it will again derail. It will throw some other additional information. You will be hooked through that and start looking for some other thing. And by the end of another 10th minute, you will be in a different page or different thought process, rather what you wanted to study. So, in learning and teaching, structured way of teaching is very important. For structured way of teaching, you have to hook the student at that place where you are teaching your content. That is very important. That's why we are trying to embed the artificial intelligence in the place where we teach things. This is very important. When you go back, please ask your IT team or IT department or whoever works on the LMS learning department to integrate generative AI in the place where they teach. That's very important. Even in a classroom, there are so many different solution providers are coming today. They come up with the whiteboard connected to the AI, which means whatever you teach, whatever you write into it, which will be sent back to the generative AI, and whatever you questions ask, it will be answered. It can be answered in there itself. So the context and keeping hooked to that specific topic is very important, rather than generally you are using generative AI or ChatGPT, because it does not help you in proper teaching, right? This is one. So here we have learned this. Any specific questions you want to take it from this particular topic? So we have to learn Power BI also, right? So not only how AI teaches you, so here what we are saying, web connectors are the pre-inbuilt connectors inside a Power BI. So take it this way, you are here for this 2 hours to understand how I can learn Power BI with help of artificial intelligence. There is a tool which is already available, which will be given to you. You can use that and do it as well. In Power BI, because you need to know what is Power BI, how it should be learned, what is the screens in it, so that one specific example we are trying to teach here, so that you can follow this and then learn when in the offline. Because Power BI needs at least 30 hours for high level understanding, 90 hours for in-depth understanding, plus another 90 hours for you to practice. Otherwise, it is like yet another class, yet another thing, which will, by the time you leave this compound, you will also forget everything. Any technical tool for that matter, I think there is a general saying that scientific saying, anything you want to learn new, you need to spend 100 hours. That is thumb rule. So that is for learning. What they didn't tell is you need to practice for another 100 hours to master it. You learn a language, you learn a technical tool, you learn a concept. Anything you want to master it, learning has to be 100 hours. Application, that means practicing, has to be 100 hours. This is what we have gone through and we studied, so which we are trying to say here. So this is, in this class, we trying to use, so far, okay, there is a coverage as well. So far we try to understand what is AI, what it can do in terms of learning, teaching and evaluation. Learning portion, we have now connected with this Power BI tool, teaching tool, how it has been implemented and how it can be implemented in your area as well. So the idea is not just you use this tool and then do things. What we are trying to say here is, and trying to say the concepts behind what we have gone through in terms of how integrate AI with the technical teaching. So that is because general teaching is fine, still we are human, we are master in it. When it comes to technical teaching, it is very difficult for us as a teacher as well to teach those things in a way that student can understand practically. So to do that, number one, we need to have this crisp concept of the cycle, how you learn, what means a layman understanding, an example in which the tool will be used, which is relatable to us. Then the misconceptions, it is not just that, it has to be seen much more deeper. And then the visual pipeline, that means visually you have to create in their mind how it works and then get into technical concepts, then move on to how you should do it actually. So now we are in this stage of before stage where we are trying to understand what are the technical concepts. So web connector, so here I am going into the subject. Web connector is a tool available in Power BI, allows you to connect to a website. We will put it that way. Number two, Power BI, URL is the website. So www.google.com is a URL. API is the key. Like when you type something in Google, it fetches you the information. How it does? It goes back using, and today right from your Swiggy, Zomato, Ola, Uber, Netflix, Amazon, Prime, whatever, it works on API. What it means? Whatever you ask or do in that application, it is translated into an API call. That API call will fetch that information from the database or other application and send that information via API to the front end and display the results to you. So for example, in Swiggy, you go inside and type for lunch I have to, okay, I need a veg restaurant. You put veg, you will be getting the list of restaurants, right? How it works? API does these things. When you type veg, what it will do is, this API call is predetermined in the backend. It is like a bus communicating between two stations. So this API call will contain that veg, go to the masters what Swiggy has for Coimbatore for your location. It will say for veg, he is asking what are the restaurants it has. So that will give the answer. That other database will give the answer. That API responds back. It will get back to the front end and show you Annapurna, Anandas, this, that, Navakoil, all those things. Then you select something, again, that will be converted in the API call, that will go back in, say if I select Nargoil Aribon, it will get that Nargoil Aribon as a word, through API sends back to the database, gets back the list of menus inside the Nargoil. That is how the API works. Without API, most of us will be redundant, or we will not be use any technology. That is the concept behind this. So what here in this context of our learning, the Power BI will connector also uses API to do this activity. Now API keys, which means if there is a general website, weather website, they don't restrict anybody. Money control don't restrict anybody to get authentication and then get information. Which means if I am getting into PSAIM, some security stops me. Who are you? Where are you coming from? Why are you coming here? So that means you need an authentication. I have to say, Sujata madam asked me, I have to come here to deliver something to make everybody sleep. All those things. Once security understands, he gets me in. So that is the authentication, right? So this API key means if I have to get into a college website, specific college website, then they will have user ID login in front end, right? In the back end also, we can put that user ID password through this API key. It's not exactly the same, but for our understanding, we will keep it that way, right? Then the JSON and XML, which means now we have seen the below. Still, human is better. I will explain. This is nothing but how the structure of the data in the message is being given. For example, in our Swiggy case, I have clicked to say Anandas. Anandas has, once I clicked Anandas, this what I see in the front end and click Anandas has to be sent to the back end, right? And get the Anandas list of menus. So how it has to be sent, what structure it has to be sent, it has to be sent in JSON or XML format. So these are the two formats familiarly we use. Mostly XML is like previous era, JSON, and today most of the things there is something called Toon, which is coming up for the AI world. This JSON is what everybody use. This JSON is a structured way of delivering the information what system can understand. You can remember API key, API is the bus, right? API key is the key entering into the bus, and JSON is the courier package which gets into the bus, because humans so it is a courier package which gets into the bus or lorry and then reaches the destination. And the response also comes back from the other person. Once they receive the JSON and the courier package, they put the money, right? They give a money box, then you get back the money box into the back. So that is the JSON is the format in which information goes and comes back. So this is how it has been. Gateways are overall, say API key, you are getting into the specific place. For example, to getting into this door, the key is generated. To put it in our perspective, gateway is the main gate. Like I have to get into the premises first, then only can get into the specific door. This is how it has been generated, or this is how it's been used. Now in Power BI, how the web connectors works, we have given this topic. So let us move to the next heading. So now I have given you the high level understanding for the benefit of time. So now it explains under the hood Power BI uses the web connector or M code in Power Query. So what is M code in Power Query? Let us ask AI. So I try the voice one more time. What is M code in Power BI? Power Query?
Essas atualmente na secção do armário, aprendendo sobre a posição e transformação de dados.
There is a language detection issue. Explain in English what is M query, M code in Power Query. Okay, fine. Let us not get impressed so beyond that. We will get into the specific topic. So I have given this, what is M code in Power Query. So it says it's like a smart, super smart chef in your kitchen, getting all your ingredients, that is your data. Now M code is like a chef secret recipe book. Every time when the chef, which is Power Query, chops, slice, mixes your data to clean it up and make you a perfect report, it is the instructions written in the M code. So when you connect the website to get some weather data, then tell you Power Query only show the temperature. M code is a special language that records these steps so that chef knows exactly what to do every time. So which means Power Query is a backend of the Power BI, which is called the ETL tool, extraction, transformation and loading tool. In that, whatever we have to structure the data, how the input has to come, in that what I have to do, for example, in our weather app, we will have weather for so many places, right? In general, when you click the weather app, it will show so many places. Then I have to say this particular location. You can filter in the backend itself. So every time when we open our Power BI report, whatever the location we have selected, it will show only for that particular location. We need not go and select the location every time. So this Power Query does that activity much more simpler way. So what I have explained is a very high level, but when you get into the business data, this Power Query does the ETL portion. So Power BI without Power Query, is it like Bahubali without Prabhas? So something you can connect that way. Power Query is the backbone of Power BI. Excel also has Power Query. You can use Power Query there. Power Query means it is a ETL tool. What is ETL? Extraction, that is the data extracting from, in this case, from the website. Transformation and loading. So transformation is the way in which I want the data to be seen. It has to be transformed. and then loading is loading that data to the front end or to our back end RAM information. So most of the Power BI or analytic reports work in the RAM, not in the ROM. This is a little bit of technical information. You keep it in this way. All your memory phone has, all your phone has a memory, two memories. One is your standard memory, SD hard disk or the SD disk, what do you call this? I'm not kidding. External, that means your SD card, and you have a RAM, right? All analytical tools in this world mostly will work on RAM. Why? It has to work on so many data and give real-time information. ROM or your SD, so for example, this computer has 1 TB data. It is to store the application or store the main files and data. But to answer your questions in the Power BI, it works on RAM. So in Power Query, everything happens in RAM. So this is the information which you will understand when you work. So which should be useful for you. So now we understand how this works. We'll get into the next. So in the Power BI, now we are getting into Power BI, how to use this, how to do it in Power BI. In the Power BI desktop, click Get Data. In the home ribbon, choose the web category and then web connector specific services. This Power Query editor then allows you to define the transformation data. So now what we will do, this theory of how to do, we will quickly go through, and then there is a video which will help you to see how to do, and then we will do it. So that we have a 3 stage of learning. We will remember every time. So the number of times we get through or go through, you will remember for longer, right? So quickly I will take you this, and wherever you have doubt, we will ask AI to solve it. So in this, what they are saying is, go to Get Data in the home ribbon and click the web category. This is first step. Second step, they are asking in M code, practically the formula like this. In the back end, it looks like this. We will see how, this is for technical people, so we will see how to put this. Then what it says, the core business value, accessing the web data unlocks the information from the web pages, so that you get the insights every now and then with the updated information. So it's like we are explaining what is the business value for doing this. Impact on the business. So we are getting the live market trends data. Like I said, right? What is the benefit of getting the web page information very live? Every now and then or live data. It is because you get to the latest information without any effort automatically. Now, dashboarding and reports use cases. That means it is here saying how to use this, and then you can use it for the creating the dashboard. So business flowcharts, that means identify the web. So here in business, how we will use it, it will explain, which means identify the web data source, obtain the necessary credentials if required, and then connect to the data source using Power BI, transform the data using Power Query, create visualization and reports. This is the front end. So in Power BI, there are two things. One is Power Query, the back end. The second one is Power BI DAX, we call it as front end. DAX is like in Excel, you have formulas. In Power BI, the front end has formulas to create visualizations. So that is the visualization part. That means in our terms, creating visuals, charts, that is the front end which we are talking about. Then you can publish this to Power BI service and then schedule automatic refresh. That means using this web page, what all I can do is a simple workflow it has given. Now, how it looks like in a day of an analyst, it explains. For example, currency exchange API, I am trying to get it into Power Query and all those things. So a simple implementation guide, open Power BI, click home ribbon data, get data, select web, click the URL, and what is the authentication required, click OK, you will get the data. So these are all pro level tips, which means incremental data. Every time web page gives you the data, there are two things you can do. You store the earlier received data and receive only the incremental data what you receive. For example, if the college has the student name in a web page, every time a new student added, only that added student name can be sent, or every time you can get the full list of students as well. Then there are, this is created for the PL300 exam, which means in Power BI, Microsoft runs a examination for Power BI proficiency. that is called PL300, the code exam code. So it says these are what is the benefit or how to do these things in that exam perspective. Then it's like a scenario what we have given here. These are all not required. So now in the scenario how we have to use it, now those things we have explained. With this, I think these are all done in the front end how we have to do all those things. Now we will get into the video example. In this video example, you will whatever we have seen so far, we tried. So this is the same Power BI screen you are seeing in your desktop now. By the now you would have all opened the Power BI desktop. So now they are clicking the get data. You can see. So they click that web. In that web, they are putting some website address. So now it navigates to one place. It's called navigator. Whenever you connect to Power BI Power Query through any source, it gets to a navigator. Yes. So now, one second. So I'll go back. So it shows the web page, what we have put in here. This is web view, this is table view. Table view means that same web page converted into table here. Right? You can see here. Then you click transform or load data. Once it is loaded, you will see the information. We have selected the respective page what we wanted. You will see the data loaded here. It says the data is getting loaded. So we have taken this as it is recorded because we need to know how much time it takes in general. So it says the data is getting loaded. I'm just fast forwarding here. Yes, you can see here on the right side the data which is got loaded here. So this is kind of a way we explain. So if you see the overall learning curve now, some of you might not tracked it from the beginning. Some of you might have tracked it. So this is the loaded data from website. It has been loaded here. So I'll explain one more time. What we did was, imagine if I come inside. Today we are going to see in Power BI how web data can be connected. Okay, everybody open the Power BI. You click the get data. You put this website here. Click OK. You will see this. Click OK. You see the table. Done, dusted. 5 minutes also I could have explained. Now we took a different route. First explaining what is Power BI. In that, what web data means. That means what are the ways in which Power BI can get the data in. In that, one of the sources website's data. For that, we need to use web connector. Then we stop, and then we got into a layman language of understanding, an example in business how it works, or in general, a weather application how it can be gotten, and what are all the technical components in the backend, API, JSON, web URL, everything. Understood how it works, the mechanics of the backend, how it works. And in that, what is Power Query, what is Power BI front end, back end, we understood. And then we gone through a set of 2 kinds of explanations in our course. First, how it has to step 1, what you have to do, step 2, what you have to do, step 3. Now, if you see, my understanding, at least most of you would have got some clear way of taking things into your mind, where it will work for me, how it will work for me, where I can use this. All those things could have gone. So this is the benefit of going through a structured way along with the AI. So where the AI helped me to create the content as well, explain whatever the questions I have, whatever the way I wanted to ask. So first I asked what is there, tell me like a 10-year-old guy, 10-year-old school person, like child and help me to understand. It created an example like that. If I asked help me to like a businessman, it would have given me a different angle how it can be useful from a businessman perspective. But embedding the generative AI into the educational content where we learn is the key to success, because it knows how to convey that information or the content without losing the context. So this is the very important point. Convey the content without losing the context is what very important, because in general generative AI can answer anything under the sky, right? Even if it's wrong, right, it can answer whatever you ask. It is designed to create some, as I said, how we have gone through in the morning, right, before, how generative AI works, how ChatGPT works, what is transformer, how the words are generated. So which means whatever you ask, it will give something, but what it has to give has to be determined by us. What it has to put the context into it, we have to determine. That can be done here, so that we know exactly how it can help us explaining the content in the way we want. Then finally we give a video explanation of how to do things. Still many of us will have problem of seeing the video and doing things, because today we are seeing a lot of videos every day. So we'll get into image examples. So what we have done in the content, click this image and then explain through AI. This is AI generated content. So through I have generated. So what we have done, that video is snapped into 6 or 7 steps, like a snapshot of image. So we have selected the first image. Now it says where to click, and the AI explains using that image. One of the AI's biggest advantage is it can you can see, AI can see and then explain, image and then explain. So here we utilize the technology, ask AI to see my screenshot and then explain what it is. Now it is easy for me. Every time I need not go through that video first from top to bottom. We can just see that image explanation. So now we will use this real time. Now you can see this particular thing, right? Just a second. This image you are able to see. Is it visible in the back end as well? Yes. Now go into your Power BI and try to click what it does. I'll zoom it as well. So here in get data, you can see this is blurred. So which means grayed. So which means here if they have clicked, and you will see this, right? And what it says, this screenshot explains Power BI application. Home tab is selected. In that get data is selected. In that you have to select web. So then add your data report. So this is what it says. Now once you say it is okay, I will move to the next image. Shall we? So the next image, once you click the web, how many of you are seeing this screen? At least some of you trying. Whoever has the Power BI application, please try. Now you click that web. Now it is saying put the website address here. So you put any weather application. You go to Google, take some weather application data, and then put it here. Or some Wikipedia. It is better you put some Wikipedia link into here. Any website which is free, publicly available website, it will collect that information and show it to you here. In our case, we have put in Wikipedia list of countries by GDP. So that is the page we have put in. You can put any Wikipedia page, say Tom Cruise movie list filmography, put it, or Ilay Talapati filmography, whatever you want, you are interested to see. Then it explains in the thing you have to, I'm going to fast forward a little bit. So you have to explain the basic URL, and that means copy paste. Here I have given the chat what is the link also to be done. Click OK. The Power BI report will take it to the next step. Shall we move on to the next? You clicked OK. Now it will reach here. If it is Wikipedia, it will reach here. If it's some other website, it will ask, is there any authentication to be done? Which means, if the website page is by default, it will try to access through the backend API. It will ask anonymous, Windows, and then very good, my eyes are gone. Basic, web API, or organizational account. What it means is, organization, I'll go from the bottom. Organizational account means, if you are in an organization, in that organization you have a ID and password which is provided by that organization. Which means, using that organization, in the organization, any system you can access. You will not restrict it, right? You will have access. You will have access to the content. Now, in that organization, some of the SharePoints or some of their internal websites you want to access, you have to put that, it will give you through the access. Web API, any websites in general, they have the speech API, and there are so many things through browser you can do. That is through web API. Basic means general user ID login. It is not from organization perspective doing. Or some things through specific for Windows means specific for that computer. In my computer, I will have a specific user ID login, right? Irrespective of my organization, so that is using that authentication. Anonymous means no authentication. So you can click OK, it will directly pass through. So why we have to do this? So in our website, whatever we put, it is free. Why you are asking to go through this? Because Power BI does not know whether this has an authentication or not, whether I should put authentication or not. So we are instructing Power BI, every time you go to this website, you don't need to knock the door and get inside. You can directly get into the room. So that's why we put it here anonymous. Right? Okay. Next. Is somebody trying? Okay, I'm happy. So once you select the anonymous, you will see the your ID or the web page and you click connect to that. So I am in this page. So once you click connect, there is something called navigator in Power Query. So whatever you connect data, the first stop, like if you are starting from Gandhipuram, the first major stop is Lakshmi Mill, something like that. Whenever you connect any source data, any data source in Power BI, that will first land in this main stop called navigator. Which means in this navigator, it will show what you have connected. In that web page you have connected, right? What is there inside that web page? It will try and take everything in table format and try and show you, these are all the things I see there, what you want. So you can select the source, what you exactly need here. So I have to connect the dots, right? So here in this whole process, we are using AI to explain the screenshot to help the student to understand what I should do with that particular step. In general, when we do on our own, see if I have come here, again I am repeating these things, some of you might irritate it, but for the benefit of everyone, if I come here to take this web connector, it will not take more than 5 minutes or 5 seconds, even we can do that. But when we do it on our own, thousands of questions will come. It applies to any subject, any content, right? When we teach or when we sit in the student's question, when we teach, the students will, they will understand very much everything. This is very simple, easy. That same mathematical, this applies to the mathematical things very often. When they start putting equal to and start writing that mathematical problem, hundreds of questions will come. I have to put the square bracket before or after or in between, whether I should put comma here or not, all those questions will come. Now, using AI, in terms of technical applications, we are taking the screenshot of that step and also explaining what we have to do in that. Not only Padapartha Kadisol and also explain, discuss. So, which we have given here. In here also, they can go and ask any questions which we have that page. So, here I will select any of the table which I want the data, and then once we load, you will see the data extracted from here, and whatever extracted from that web page, it is available here. And always you click refresh, there is a refresh button will be there. The data will get refreshed every time from live from that website. So this is how tip of the iceberg of Power BI, what it can do, we have seen here. Now, to connect the overall process, what we wanted to achieve at 9:30 after Rudramurthy sir's enlightening that 5-minute speech. Still, I need to come out of that. Using AI in learning, and today the example is we are taking Power BI. This is the concept. So what we have seen, we started with what are all the challenges addressed by Rudramurthy sir, the learning, teaching, and the final one. Sir, thank you, sir. You made me day. So evaluation, right? Now, learning and teaching, we saw what is difficulty between offline and online. In online, the communication, most of the online contents are, I take the in-person delivering online speech also on classroom. Like, it's not just you're sitting in one classroom. Otherwise, the person talking, the person listening. But in the pre-created contents are the most of the online courses. So now in that, I don't have an option to ask me questions and get it clarified. In offline classes, I have the option, but I cannot serve everyone with the same level of understanding. Everybody has their own level of understanding, grasping power, how I address. These are the challenges which we have. So, to address that, what we are trying to do is create a 5-stage progressive learning platform or progressive learning technique, where you start with the layman example, you get into a business case. In terms of this Power BI tool, it is business related, so we are getting to business case, and then what are the misconceptions, then we getting into the technical concepts. So by the time you get into technical concepts, students are anchored into that subject like what you are, at least I am assuming that you will be. So then you explain what you have to do step by step with technical content. In the technical content, whatever you have doubt to this, that, you can use voice or you can use chat, and tweak the chat as much as or as many times the number of ways in which you want to understand. You can ask any number of questions, AI will do. The key important point when you deploy or when you create things like this, keep the artificial intelligence generative AI in the content space itself where the student is learning. The major 2 things, avoid distraction and keep them under the structured learning. Then you have 2 things, video, it is general, it's nothing to do with AI, we can do that, and we can use AI to create videos also. So that means you can ask a bot, you can ask AI to create a bot that can open the application, do this activity, create the video automatically. There also you can use AI. It's not only always active way you are using AI. We have tried it for Excel, where we have created a bot that will automatically, I will give, okay, explain VLOOKUP, then it will automatically open the Excel, create the Excel data, and then do the VLOOKUP, and then explain what it is, and then save the video. So AI can be used in the passive side where you can create contents also. Third, using the AI's vision models, vision technology, you can create the screenshots and explain the screenshot. It's very important. In the technical side of things, when you read, when you listen, all will be good. When you try, nothing will work. This will help them to learn perfectly. So far, so good? Clear? Right. Now comes the evaluation part. Now I have covered at least most of the things. Evaluation is very, very, very tough. At least workload for us. Like, I will also consider like you as a teacher. For now, little bit of time. The problem is evaluation. Now, we'll go to the quiz. So there are 2 types of evaluations which we have researched, and this will be useful for you when you develop or when you are working with your college. Do these things. Number 1, regular quiz, which means I complete the content, you have done everything, we'll start with quiz. This quiz should not be a standard format, which means you should create that time through generative AI, so that the nearby person cannot see what is your question, you know answer, you tell me. That will not work here. At least you block him to that extent. He will have this hand chat GPT in phone, he will ask and do, that's his problem or her problem. At least we will say a genuine person who is attending the course and trying to understand, evaluate, this is right now, it is generated, and given the 10 examination question, choose the best answer. So it will get, so what is, so I will test all of you. A data analyst need to import sales data from public financial report published on their website. The table is clearly visible on the web page. Which Power BI feature should be the analyst primarily using to connect the data? எட்டு கால் பூச்சிக்கு எத்தனை கால்ங்கிற மாதிரி தான் கொஸ்டின் இருக்கு. ஆன்சர் என்ன? எட்டு கால் பூச்சியா? Sorry, what is the answer? Option A. Computer G log? ரொம்ப கிரிஞ்சா தான் இருக்கு, பரவாயில்ல. So this is correct. It's a real time evaluation. So it does here itself. Then we move on. So little bit tougher. You are tasked with connecting to a third party web weather API to daily forecast. API documentation specifies all requests my studently X API key. That is, they will provide the API key, which means if a door has a lock, it will have a key. So they have given it. So what they will do in order to ensure the traffic is not just anonymous, they wanted to understand who comes in, who goes out. They give the public key itself. That means whenever I go inside, at least I should put that public key and then get inside the backend. So they are saying this is the API key in their documentation. In the Power Query editor, after entering the base URL, which authentication method used to provide this key? Anonymous, basic, web API, or organization account? See? So correct only. So like this, we can go for each one of the evaluation. That means after the suda appappaye avana test pannirukkom. So once he confirms, understands the topic, he experiences it doing practically, which we have given videos and screenshot. Then ange ukara vachi he will ask the question, make him understand whether his understanding is right or wrong. But this has its own flaw. Why? They can use ChatGPT and do it very easily, and choose the best answer might not give the practical feel of what they can do practically, right? Which means the student has not tried practically what by seeing the video or the screenshot. Still, I can do inky pinky ponky and then move on, right? Now, but still why we have this is, in PL 300 examination, this is the way you will be answering. So user has to go through this kind of shots when thinking. So we have put that. Now let me, I think it will not allow me until I answer the question. So I just keep on moving. ஒரு question கூட கனெக்ட் ஆகலையே. அப்பதான். So it says the total. So every time they have to take 80%. So all those things are, I'm not getting into that. So now the magnifier is having some problem. Yes. Now what we have done, or we should do as well, provide the data set, which means in Power BI, when you work, you might not always give the web access. For some web access, they can do it anytime. But for other activities, like in Excel, getting the data and all those things, provide the data set with them, and then there is a way to do the exercise, which means now I have tested his understanding through the 10 questions. Evaluation comes second part, how they are actually able to do it and see there. That means practical test. For practical test, how we are leveraging AI is, I will select this particular topic and I will select the subtopic. Now the task is generated by the AI, which means it will create the task and ask the user to do that activity in Power BI and take screenshot of that end output and apply here or upload here. Then we will be using AI's vision model to evaluate that screenshot, whether it is aligning with my question, and provide assessment to him or her. So here what it says, go to this Wikipedia, holidays in United Kingdom, and remove the irrelevant rows, do the data type conversion, clean the holiday this one, create a table visual, and the date format this much he has to do. So now if I click the download data set, it will give me the data set downloaded, and then I have to, here the data set is downloaded, I have to go to the Power BI, use the data set, do the activity, and then final result we have to take a screenshot, come back, and then choose the file and upload your screenshot. Here we are evaluating their practical efficiency or practical knowledge, how they are. Now your question will come in Google. If you put the same thing, there will be a number of images coming, but nothing will match this one because this is specifically created at that time for that student for that particular topic. Now he has to create this one in Power BI. Taking for same data Power BI screenshot from Google is difficult. With respect to Power BI, image generation also still models are not at that level. So he or she has to go through that practical test and do that activity. The nuances you can see here. The question is such a way you have to format this data, rename this one, everything they have to do, because in that screenshot it will evaluate for all those points. So now I am using AI to get depth of his mind inside how he is applying and then evaluating him. So my second level of evaluation, which is not possible today at practical scenarios because of our the technical limitations what we have, we ask him to sit in front of computer, ask him to do it, and we go and evaluate. Imagine in technical subjects, this is a major problem, because if I ask him to do a particular practical examination or practical things, 60 student is there, the class teacher has to do 60 hours of correcting that. It's not that he just comes and sees and tick. If we have to evaluate properly, you have to at least, if the student is spending 15 minutes to do that, you have to spend at least 5 minutes in that to evaluate properly. The biasness, without seeing at high level, to see each and every point and validate, you will need to spend. So where the teacher's workload will go much higher, or we will do it at a high level, or we will deploy somebody else to do it, the quality, everything gets degraded. Number two, biasness, right? This will go off here. AI is not friendly to this or that. It will see if the point is there, given mark. If not, no. So this is also addressed. So in evaluation, we did two things. One, the regular questions, use the best answer, where you will be evaluating in a regular way, because that is how the exams of the Microsoft also conducted. So we have to keep that. In other cases, you decide on how it has to be evaluated. Number two of evaluation, this is how we evaluate. Ask him to do, evaluate through AI with the output, practical is done. There is one more evaluation which we have done beta testing and is doing on the syllabus itself. If whatever the questions asked here, there is an ML algorithm which we can create. What we have done, you can also create. How his first question is there, what is the answer count, and what is his second set of question, and the chain of questions are asked. In that, using that phenomenon, we will understand the understanding of the student during the learning, which means we are putting two mangoes in one color, this forces him to not to skip any page, because we will be evaluating through the conversation what he makes with the AI to understand his that contextual understanding, and also we use that two things. One, I'm trying to put it right way. One, we are forcing him to go through each page. Now, most of the online content, including me, I will look for click, 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 and go to the test and move on, right? With this conversational test, he or she cannot skip, so that they have to go through the content with liking or without liking. Number two, we are asking him or her, forcing them to talk. In introverts, in example, that's a psychological things which we studied as well. In a class, at least 30% of the people will not ask explicitly. They will have the biggest questions, they will have the biggest findings, but unless you go and poke them, they will never open their mouth. Here, you are not speaking to anybody, you are speaking to the machine, so they don't have that introvertness, then it is part of syllabus, part of the way of learning. They have to ask, then you are breaking their asking question ability, so they can start interacting with them, and we are using that for evaluation as well. So here what we have done, 30% goes with conversation, 40% for the 10 mark, balance 30% of the marks goes to the practical evaluation. So all these are live captured and get into the student's dashboard as well as teacher's dashboard. So the teacher can go inside the whole class, how it works, the specific student, how it works. So to answer the first learning difficulty or teaching difficulty, how are my 60 students, that means each one of them learning, I want to assess. Today it is not possible. My continuous assessment will not tell, because we have this revision test or we have the frequently asked questions. Even if I don't understand, I can go through that question, getting 40 marks or getting that to B grade or C, whatever they want, it is still possible today. But here we are breaking that unless they understand each individual student wise. We assess them, put them into the practical situation, make them open up talk, understand their understanding, then put the mark, so we will know exactly each one, no student is left. So everybody is addressed. This is the whole concept which we wanted to try, and you can also try. Now framework is what I wanted to cover today. So learning, teaching, evaluation. Each one of them we have covered so many things. I'll quickly cover on this evaluation aspect. Regular method of choose the best answer, that you have to go through. We can skip also. But practical evaluation of taking the screenshot, it can be applied for theoretical subject also, in the mathematical paper or the theoretical paper. Ask them to write and upload. Let the AI evaluate and look for the keywords and key sections with understanding. Even in some of the cases, when the evaluators is given for the key answers, sometimes we'll just look for the keywords and put. But here it will look for the context of that keyword, and then for that particular understanding whether it makes sense or not, and it can do. Number 2, assessing while learning, which means why I have to go there and ask him to do it. Now itself, you ask questions, we will understand your understanding. That means this is the understanding mark. How much you understood, how much mark, that much mark you will get it. So this is another way of understanding, which is not possible today because of the physical limitations what we have in online or offline classes. This is what you can try. So these frameworks you can use the generative AI, and then make use of it and make the knowledge spread much wider, much faster. So with this, I'll stop. Any questions I can answer. Hope it was delivering something valuable, or it's like yet another session. Does it excite, or does it give you some new idea? You can take it and follow it. All are introverts, huh? Extroverts. How is the customize the question? How? Little more, I need to understand. That there are 2 algorithms which still in development in our case. Through the level of questions he asked here, we will understand through the ML algorithm what is that person's level of understanding, and then develop the set of questions. But when we tried, we got one more feedback that if a person's understanding is very limited, right? Then I am one way of giving positive note to him is we will test in only what he understood and ensure he is getting good mark. But on the other side, what we left was we are not upgrading you to the standard things, which means bare minimum understanding. So now the learning what we are having is there has to be a bare minimum understanding, expectation of understanding for that topic, and then make him comfortable or her comfortable their way of understanding. So that can be done through ML algorithms. Yes, that is the subject matter expertise what faculties like us bring in. We set the standard, and then the ML algorithm will work for the individual student. So there will be a bare minimum set of questions, and then there will be a specific set of questions which can be used for their generation. So that's how we learn it from the students as well. Psychology plays a major role here in terms of putting your ML algorithm. Any other question? Yes, sir.
You said the image generation for Power BI is not so the student cannot generate images
Yes.
for the question.
Yes. Still today it is.
Then how can we assess that based on age?
That's why I said the latest model, which is best in best, is Nano 1 or 2, right? I have tried so many times, it never gave me right.
Okay, then how our
No. That we have to train this model with the existing set of Power BI screenshots. This is what it is, and these models have bare minimum understanding of how it should evaluate based on the context. It's all about context and how much you train, specific through prompt engineering as well as through training. You can fine tune.
another question, sir. So there is a browser called as Comet, which has
Comet, yes.
complexity. And
Yes.
So if I put this in that Comet
Ah.
and there is an Ask Assistant, I
Power BI you cannot do.
no sir, I'm for this evaluation part I'm asking. Ask
This evaluation part.
Your,
No, you when you talk, how will you talk?
not talking.
The typing can't do. Definitely, I agree. Yes, that cannot be. So this was a technology which was come later. So we have to think through and address it. Voice is what which can make them work, and they have to work.
Even the sir, if I want to skip this,
Ah.
I can write it like consider you are an average student who is learning Power BI.
Ah.
Go through the content and make sure that it looks like you are understanding the concept.
Yes.
And you can generate the questions. I
Correct.
can speak it.
When you put that much effort, you will be already learning so much of into it. That is enough. Purpose achieved. Number 2, திருடனாய் பார்த்து திருந்தாவிட்டால் திருட்டை ஒழிக்க முடியாது. தலைவர் சொன்னதுதான். Done. There are certain, just to curiosity I'm saying, I want to share. When we tried to develop this, we had a problem of people saying there are so many technologies that you can put it through that vision. Today, most of your online, if they move, you will get it and all those things. But we purposefully said we will not put it because the more you try to cover him or stop him or her, they will find out more ways to overcome it. So what we wanted to try was psychologically induce them to learn, induce them to get into the subject through this conversations kind of things, or through taking the wherever possible we will put it. Ask them to do it and put a screenshot. So there are certain things we worked or we asked you to work on the technology availability and make use of it. There are certain things we have to work on how to avoid malfunctions or malpractices. Malpractices that will be always evolving. If I put some stock today, somebody will find another leak and go. That is a never-ending process. It's a continuous process. But using the technology and its ability is what more important today. Then we will address about at least 50% of the students will get benefit out of it. Balance 50% whoever wants to skip this, that we will see later to it. The intention is yesteryear, 5 years before, I cannot ask my system to see my output, that means paper, or my practical thing and evaluate. It is not possible. Today it is possible with so much of accuracy. Then we should utilize it.
So I ask you this question because excuse me.
Yes.
I asked this question because once I had an open book test for the students. They told them that tomorrow you will be having a open book test on queuing models for electric vehicle charge. You can bring any resource, but mobile phone, laptops are not. So after when I go to the class, they had a printout from ChatGPT. In that the question was how to pass an
open book examination for this one. So your first win is you ask them or you put them to work to talk to ChatGPT and get something out of it. They would have definitely read something, so they got their knowledge to apply to that extent. Then whoever has the real interest, they will come to it. So that itself your big win. Sir, to put it simple, any technology, so the more you restrict, the more you find newer ways to go beyond. That's not bad on them. It's human psychology. That's how we evolved, right? From Darwin theory, whatever you are. The more restrictions on us, we find out new answers. The best way is to psychologically induce them or attract them. That's the best possible way. But what we have understood, that is the best thing to do. Anything else? Anybody? Any questions? Any questions one time? Any questions two time? Okay, done. Thank you very much for your time. I hope it was a valuable time you spent here. If not, also I am happy to see you all here. Thank you.
For those insights on how to learn Power BI with tutors, with AI-powered tutors. Hopefully, we will get these kind of tutors for other subjects as well, so it will be useful for the students to learn by themselves. Thanks a lot. Hopefully, your company will develop some more tutors like this.
Yes, we are done.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I invite all of you all to join for lunch in the canteen. We'll resume back at 1:30. Sorry, 1:30 noon session. We have two experts from Hyderabad, and I take the pleasure of introducing both of them to the participants. Mr. P. Mohan, the senior data scientist at Tech Mahindra, Hyderabad. He holds a postgraduate degree in computer science from Osmania University, and he brings over 24 years of experience spanning industry, consulting, and academia. Mr. Mohan's expertise covers information technology, marketing research, software testing, banking, and finance. A prolific researcher and trainer, he has conducted numerous programs for professionals across public and private sectors. He also serves as chief advisor for data science and artificial intelligence for reputed institutions and has trained scholars and faculty from international universities, including the American University of Sharjah and the University of Sydney. Welcome, sir. And we have Mr. Pani Kishore, who is the co-founder and director of Gyan Astra IT Solutions, specializing in Internet of Things and Smart City initiatives. With over 11 years of experience in teaching and IT, he mentors startups and promotes digital inclusion through AI, generative AI, and IoT. A postgraduate in computer networks and information security, he is an Institute Innovation Ambassador under MHRD. He has collaborated with Center for Innovation in Public Systems to support grassroots innovators. His efforts focus on building innovation ecosystems and empowering young technologists across India. Welcome, sir. And for the next 1.5 days, from today afternoon till tomorrow, so both of them are here to enlighten us with the IoT and IT, generative AI, and how this can be used for smarter classrooms. Welcome to both of you. The session is all yours.
Hello, am I audible? Yes. Yes. So very good afternoon to all distinguished faculty members, organizing committee, and our enthusiastic participants. It's a great pleasure to be here with us on this wonderful journey of faculty development program on leveraging artificial intelligence for smarter classrooms. I hope you had some good time in the morning, right? Everybody. So we had some exercises, some conceptual learning, some good practices. So we take the lead now from the afternoon and driving forward from today afternoon till tomorrow. First of all, let me thank the management leadership of this phenomenal institute named DSG. We could discover while traveling from airport its existence. Thanks to Madam for extending the invite. Special thanks to AIMS body, Mr. Narayan Reddy sir, Mr. Nandagopal. Special thanks to Madam Dr. Sridhar, Director. And today participants, we are going to take forward how to make sure you understand the value of AI, unlock the value of AI, because most of you are already exposure and experience of AI, we know, etc. And I will take forward with more application, conceptual, research oriented facts. But before I begin, let me take a call with you all. How many of you use AI in daily life? Please raise your hand. Either for daily use, research, learning, teaching to your students, whatnot. Very good. Thank thanks to them, we are in the right place. Because we do AI, we don't use it, we believe in AI. We also see the other part of human using it. So here, the point is, we are already in an inflection point where the education system is undergoing a lot of transformation. What is the role of typical AI? The technologies keep on growing rapidly. We have seen the phenomenon telecommunication, internet, World Wide Web, social media. While every technology that evolved is a near magic that transformed human life, AI is the next frontier. But why AI now at this juncture? By the world witness. From industry point of view, a lot of applications that industry witnessed, be it healthcare, finance, pharma, discovery, e-commerce especially, all these industries have exposed to AI practices. At a typical point of industries, how is the education industry gearing up and looking forward to integrate AI practices? Well, we have a bouquet of discussions with you all at the next half of the journey. How could AI be a teaching partner, companion in digital learning? But such AI, how it creates a transformative shift, paradigm shift for you educators, your stakeholders, that is your students, is what we are going to build on. But make sure any technology must be understood from the core to the concept application in a much responsible way. Like we use legacy technologies in our day-to-day life. Thus, the roadmap ahead here is, I appreciate the keyword coined by the organizing committee of smarter classrooms. It means a big thing to all of us, and AI plays a critical role in it. This FDP, I think, is very crucial and has been coined at the right time to make sure all the educators not only educate yourself further, but rather empower to take it much further. At the outset, I once again thank the entire fraternity of this institution for joining the program, participants from various reputed institutes in and out for coming forward, and make sure we all take benefit of it. Finally, I would appreciate all of you to have an inspiring and impactful learning experiences. Always remember, we shall see technology today, tomorrow, and in the near future. All these are all great opportunities of our life. But especially industry with AI, a lot to come, a lot to learn. But I always say, the heart of teaching is still the teacher. Thank you. So let's begin the initial proceedings. This is the agenda for the first day, half of the remaining session. We'll start with evolution of AI in education, introduction, how AI started emerging into the education spectrum, and we also appreciate the presence of the concepts framework of artificial general intelligence, AGI, phenomenon. We have a lot of information with you all on this concept. How basic knowledge of AI is very essential for education. Then we will throw light on the most important communication that human must need to know in order to exchange problem solving, knowledge building, capacity management, everything with AI through a mechanism called prompting. Prompting is nothing but instructing or commanding a machine or an application environment to react to the human problems or queries. The emphasis would be on the initial parts, essentials on why and what of prompting, types of prompts, and prompt refinement cycle actually. Prompt refinement cycle. Then some better prompting strategies would be given. And we will show you all the basic examples to the application use cases mostly needed by teacher-student learners. Basically from a simple syllabus, coursework design to an evaluation, rubric creation, etc. How could such AI as a beginner can take it forward by making it as a digital partner for you all in the future? AI as a digital partner, use cases in engineering and management education are being compiled, customized based on the request of the organizing committee. Then popular AI tools will be given overview, both concept and hands-on. Rigorous hands-on would be there, right? With starting initials with ChatGPT, the popular OpenAI community forum of AI, and Google's Gemini. And thereafter, we have a bunch of activities participants to reflect the learnings in practical way, both with ChatGPT and Copilot, ChatGPT and Google Gemini. Then, after the tea break, if any, we would like to go with the second session on importance of personalized classrooms and flipped classrooms in management and engineering education system. How do teachers transform the classroom, not just with AI, but with the core education principles, practices, and aligning their creative and innovative thought leadership with AI will be discussed here. emphasis would be on how to create and transform future classrooms, future students by making them simply come prepared ahead of the classroom by educating them into the culture of AI. A lot of use cases again, exercises are there, and finally we'll take certain question and answers between speakers and the participants. So this is the brief agenda. Let's get into the deal. Session 1 overview. Education of AI, evolution of AI in education. Already agreed. Most of you agreed that you are using AI. Let me just know from you, what are the typical tasks as a teacher you do in classroom with AI? Have you used it for any research work or are you trying to search for information? Typically, have you ever tried using AI with any of your students? Anybody? Give it. Do you give assignments to your students? Do they solve? How do they solve? Exactly. Today's era is different. We were living in the decades of blackboards, but your students are living in the smarter boards actually, behind the scene. Why the transformative shift occurred? We give any assignment, believe me, either from technological engineering, medical, management, within minutes and hours, our kids are able to solve it. With internet as a backbone and intelligence as the brain map, today technology is taking the world to a bigger heights. Thus, it is high time for all of us educators to reflect how AI really works. Information tutoring systems like search engines was a golden era. Now, from search engines where information being extracted, we are moving towards intelligence extraction. The difference between information extraction and intelligence extraction. We human are intelligent, right? I request all of rescue participants to open Google and please type, what is intelligence? Please search the keyword, ask Google, what is intelligence? It's not easy to explain what intelligence. What is intelligence? If you have internet connectivity, all of you are requested kindly Google the term intelligence. So anybody? What does Google definition of intelligence mean? Very good. Learn is the first keyword. Apply, adopt, implement, understand, and go ahead. So Google understood intelligence means how does our students understand intelligence then? Who has to transfer intelligence to them? Ultimately, the teachers. So none of the student is searching intelligence in Google, but directly depending on Google and GPT and believe that we are discovering intelligence on the digital world. That's why I said the heart of intelligence is no technology except a teacher. Thereafter, value addition is done by technology later. That is how evolution of AI came into picture. AI is not to override nor replace the educational systems. It came to augment, reposition the system correctly. That is the motivation to start. Way back in early 1970s or the 21st century, 20th century, there are a lot of revolutionary changes that came into picture. Today, many educational institutes are re-engineering themselves to be tech-powered, data-driven, analytically empowered champions. So the first generation of edu technology was trying to use information search engines, kind of research practices, published articles, and trying to detect some kind of plagiarism. That was the era we lived in. Over a period of time, things changed, new technologies evolved. We were migrating ourselves from 1.0 era of education to second generation education. More adaptive platforms, yet intelligent. The motto of transformation is move towards intelligence. From information to intelligence is the journey. And finally, in 2020, after, we have some good keywords appearing on the universe. Under the umbrella of generative AI, the power to sense human-like intelligence from real-world entities, from different portions of data like text, images, audio, video, which is called multimodal data. Several AI research experiments were carried. Groundbreaking innovation was ChatGPT, followed by many ventures from Google's Gemini, Anthropic Claude, and Microsoft's Copilot, whatnot. The list is exhaustive and it is ever expanding. In such a fast-paced AI growing world, how do we keep pace with our future? As being educators, how do we maintain our connect with this new era, grab the opportunity, apply the learning, and stay connected alive and create a new world for the education system. Presenting to you AGI, because I'm not talking about AI because you all know it, you all use it, you said no need of AI. But there is a close connect between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Right? Now I hope all of you discovered intelligence and understood. Now you type what is artificial intelligence in Google. Everybody understood what is intelligence. Now you type artificial intelligence. A question of concern is intelligence and artificial intelligence, do they have any connection? Yes, madam? Yes, sir, anybody?
Same task which the human performs that we can perform with the computer.
Simple replacement or a value add. Cannot be called a replacement yet, but a value addition. Human intelligence replicated into a machine to do it much more better, adding value to the human efforts. It's AI. How many of you heard a kind of news or myth stating that AI is going to replace human? Raise the hand. Many of you have heard that. Still, some of you have the great doubt, benefit of doubt. Did internet really benefited you? What's your answer? Or did you face trouble? How many of you don't use internet? Raise the hand. Silence means unavoidable, indispensable. You cannot detach yourself from it. You love that very much, internet. How many of you don't use smartphone telecommunication? Typical question. If no is your answer, welcome artificial intelligence with a yes to your life also. It is also unavoidable today. But industry, how should it receive it? That's a core. Presenting to you the phenomenon of artificial general intelligence under the hood of LLMs, large language models. Just like man-to-man human communication is essential, understanding the context, the reciprocal of information are key essentials for our sustainability. Artificial intelligence said that mimic the cognitive power of human brain into machine, make machine also equally intelligent like human. Great. The theory goes very well. But the point is, can human intelligence and artificial intelligence coexist together and drive new innovation? That's what industrial revolution from the early era to the present era of industry 5.0 strongly said that it is the human-machine collaboration, human-machine interactions shall be the new frontier of the world. Such an outcome of this research in today's world is generative AI, where the phenomenon of large language models came into play. Let me give the industry perspective here. 20 years ago, our software coders, developers, programmers, what we call, they used to take a lot of pain in understanding the programming language, phenomenon, syntax, and coding standards. They used to write robust code, but still there are some errors in compilation. They took a lot of time to resolve. But over a decade years of time, with internet and Google search engine as a backup, the job became easier for coders. They started finding solutions to problems on the internet by discovering information, sir. That was a relief. Again, 10 more years later, groundbreaking technologies like generative AI came. Today, our developers don't write the code, but they convey the context to AI engine. Rest of the task will be managed by AI engines, AI tools. They will build a code for the user. Now, what do you understand from this transformative shift? As technologies evolve over a period of time, human work, human intelligence are becoming more smarter and more profitable, more productive. Productivity enhancement is happening. That is where the LLMs became more phenomenal and they are driving the world more crazily. To comment on the initials of LLM, let's differentiate between artificial intelligence in a broader sense. Typically, artificial intelligence can be understood as a narrow AI or a general AI or a super intelligence. So why this kind of basic understanding is needed is, while some of you said you are using ChatGPT, how do you operate it? You type in a question and ChatGPT responds to you. Will you continue questioning that or will you end up with one or two questions only? How do you operate that? As per the need of the information search, the human tries to interact on a chain of thoughts. that is called chain of prompts. Continued iterative prompting happens until the desired result, expected result is derived from the AI tool. So typically that is called a general intelligence, like human to human communication, how it happens in the real world. Man to machine collaboration intelligence happens with AGI. But such a type of answers retrieved by ChatGPT or any other AI tool that you are using, is it reliable? Is it correct? How many of you got correct results in each encounter with ChatGPT? How many of you sometimes got surprising results, unmatched results sometimes? Come on, good. Thanks a ton, the accuracy of the model is so high that it was well trained. In fact, the power comes from well-defined training sets. But sometimes unusual results come back which human cannot discover. That's the time where the general intelligence need to be transformed to super intelligence. Super intelligence is a high-end research. The proof of work, proof of concept are in the present and future. But what exactly it means is, how do you make the machine going forward more intelligent, almost better, equivalent to human actually. Otherwise, the definition of AI defined by Google doesn't have a sense, right? Hence, SI, AGI are the need of the hour. But the roots of AI has been conquered by a phenomenon called machine learning, where computer algorithms are fed on data, right? And the exercises are iterated, predictive patterns are estimated, evaluated against test data. Deep learning further added value, and today the era of LLMs and the era of artificial general intelligence. Why the word general intelligence is now prefixed in artificial? If too much of artificial intelligence happens in the world might be in disguise actually error. Machines are becoming more intelligent than. That's why Industry 5.0 said clearly that let there be human element in the artificial intelligence, making it too generalized. Now talking about large language models. With LLMs, most of the interaction is pursued by human as if we are directly talking to human. Be it a chatbot on an e-commerce website, be it a meta search engine ChatGPT or any other AI tool, our text communication or verbal with a microphone, all are perceived as if we are talking to human on the other side, which is not real, right? Other side is a programmed machine, intelligent machine. Such a kind of intelligent system is now simulated much better to gear up towards problem solving, logical reasoning, intelligent decision making, right? Now, what is decision making? Either in being an educator, researcher, in your personal, professional life, do you think decision making is easy, participants? Any kind, any simple decision, sir. Whether to buy something or not, whether to invest on technology or not, what to write next to research paper, what syllabus to coin, which BOS member to be invited, how are the next placements to be conquered. $1 billion decisions are in front of you. Great. With rich experience, you are conquering them one after the other. But these challenges are for one time or for every time. Year after year, they knock your door, challenging you all. How do you prepare your roadmap or the conventional roadmap? How do you gear it towards a new frontier? Is there any mechanism? Is there any system, technology, a specialized robust environment that can intervene into the human life and simplify all these routine repetitive challenges? Thanks to AGI's reasoning capability. Now, question here is, one day, me and Fanny, we tried. We went to our academic college like here at PSG on invitation, and we were going through some syllabus actually. So I asked personally the head of the department, the professor, how did you create this syllabus? So they said with a lot of experience, expertise, subject research, domain knowledge, we could compile. Great. So how long does this syllabus actually meet the needs and expectations of the real world environment? So the answer received was, to the best possible, we are updating to the needs, but still the challenge was, what shall be the update, where the update has to be integrated in the current curricula, and how that impact has to be carried out to the student is a journey. It's a continuous discovery. Then we took a copy of the syllabus on request, we took a soft copy. We started testing the AI environment, the popular tools, challenging them. Can you reproduce, articulate, comment, justify? What else has to be done here for betterment of the student-teacher roadmap careers? Believe me, after a lot of thinking, analysis, AI tools started reacting to the question like a human reflex. Reasoning logic was developed. The need for justifications were reflected by ChatGPT and other tools, but at the end, acceptance of the reflections are not by technology, it is by human again. So to avoid the bias and to map the reflections, this kind of innovative experiments are being done by industry academia collaborations. Now, on a comparative basis, how beginners should distinguish between AI, AGI, ASI is, let's perform a single task, that is ANI. What is a single task? Something like you give a verbal command to an AI tool or plug in a simple prompt to your ChatGPT. These are all very simple, basic tasks. But general intelligence is a new phenomenon where you have high expectations on your AI environment. You want your AI environment to think, act, behave, reflect like human intelligence. In such a case, how do you gear up yourself? How do you tune yourself, your work cultures, your learning paradigms to suit? As you learn, as you adapt, and you have a reasoning capable human, make your machine also understand as a simulation tool. Put challenges to machine, create a culture of learning environment for that. Believe me, it's your best companion, next best companion of learning along with you. But super intelligence is something what going on as of now industry. Surpassing human cognition, that's a too extreme word, not actually reliable to write it, but it is happening, believe me, with quantum computing and many advances we are doing. Surpassing human computing, not all times, but at certain times, where the power of human might be limited in terms of analysis and synthesis. Anyway, this is the overview, and we will now deep dive into some phenomena, that is rule-based learning. Well, in the traditional learning system, always there are some procedures, something like basic data logic processing using the if-then analysis systems. If a certain input to a system is given and are processed, then what shall be the output for it? If inputs are tuned, then what shall be the output according? As you know, in a data processing or information system, the varying of the inputs will automatically vary the output. That was a legacy rule-based system that we are living in. With the rich statistical integration techniques and the integration of neural cognitive architectures with neural nets, lot improved and a new phenomenon evolved called the large language models. With emphasis on innovation and creativity, the core of LLMs is to create an environment for human, just like human-to-human communication is very much needed. LLMs created a virtual environment of intelligence. Going forward, AGI took the challenge of multimodal data recognition. What is multimodal? Give any kind of input format to your AI, be it text data, numeric, images, audio, video. Still also your AI environment to detect, classify, categorize that object, which normally human only can do. But with AGI, our machines are able to not only do better reasoning, but detect cognitive thinking in multimodal objects. And the applications go on. Such an evolution gave to a new research birth called generative AI. The Google search engine that you all use and you are using now so far, when you typed your keyword query participants, did it respond to you? Yes. But what did it respond and how did it respond? Think for a minute. In response, did it give information to you? Of course. But such information is useful to you, I'm asking. What is the rest of the human effort that you are putting after Google gave its results? You manually are drilling down the results, evaluating yourself and picking the best. That was IT we lived in and we are living with. But today's IT transformed. Just given a context. Context is scenario, situation. Leave the rest to AI. It will try to trigger its cognitive thinking that it was tested in with and give you a result which exactly you need. Right? Okay, let's do some exercise for a basic. Request all the participants kindly open chatgpt.com. A small hands on. Simple chatgpt.com. Web browser. Plug in the prompt. Either you log in or you don't log in. Basically, you can log in with advantages if you have any attachments. Just type a prompt. Explain AI. How many of your management teachers raise a hand? Okay, majority are management. Only management teachers type this prompt. Rest all technical teachers don't type it. I have something else for you. How many of you are technical engineering professors? Good. I have something for you, sir. Right. Relax. Only management education fraternity. Just type. Explain about AI. Explain about AI in management education. Explain about AI in management education. So you got some results, right? Just take some time, go through the reading, try to get the concept. Technology professors here, please take down, sir. Because you do AI, you know. Write down the prompt. Explain various techno-managerial practices. Explain various techno-managerial practices. Explain various techno-managerial practices involving AI across various industries. Explain various techno-managerial practices involving AI in different industries. Right? Explain various techno-managerial practices. Mathematics, then you can do anything because math is the mother of science and AI. Math are the roots of any technology. Correct. You can type it, madam. Right? Good. Now let's have two groups. Management teachers, what did you discover with AI? Any pointers? AI is a technology, AI is a framework, or whatever in your language. You are the core of management. Your expertise lies with management teaching and research. Does AI has any connections with your education? Some pointers, madam? Good. Engineering department faculty, techno-managerial practices. What are this? Leadership, human resource management, right? How could AI become new frontier in building a new culture and wealth of people power? Does AI can be used for that in organization? Why these two varieties of queries we have given? While AI is understood by engineering expertise as a technology, management sees it as what? The perspective I want to know from you. To you management teachers, AI means what? Information searching engine or what? Okay, good. So this is nobody's asset, it is everybody's actually. AI is everybody. But the only perception that it is a technology or it is kind of new IT that emerged is all myth actually. That's why from here on, irrespective of the domain of research of education you belong to, a commonality to all of you is AI ingredient must be inside with us. Let's do a small math because you belong to math, right? Let's do a mathematical game for all of us because math is common, I hope all of you, right? We came from maths world, sciences world. Ready to do? With your pen and book times. Just follow the input instruction carefully. Let's do it. Why AI is common to all of us, a common learning opportunity for all of us. Let me give you a small illustration here. Ready? Not much math, basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. These four I want you to do. Yes. A quick pen and book. Ready, sir? Last two, I'm audible? Yes. Imagine a number between 1 and 9. Imagine a number between 1 and 9 and write in your book. Don't show rows. Because imagination actually. Hide it. Imagine a number between 1 and 9 and note down in your book. Don't show it, madam. Even if you are from same discipline, same domain, don't show. Because some of the management teachers can imagine a number what some of the teachers in engineering are imagining. Am I right? But I will reveal it later. Your different domains, your different specialization, your PhDs, your expertise is different. Madam told me this is PSG Institute of Management, sir. Opportunity road is PSG Institute of Technology. I found a common thing, PSG. Now my job is to unite these two with AI. Yes, first step completed. Imagine number between 1 and 9. Great. Step 2. Multiply that number by 9. whatever number you have imagined, multiply by 9. I hope you got a 2-digit number, right? Yes. Step 3, add these 2 digits, add these 2 digits. Hope you all got a single digit now, right sir? All going good? Imagine a number between 1 and 9, multiply that imagination by 9, then add those 2 digits, you'll get a single digit. Are we good? People on the last row? Good. Now the next step, multiply that single digit by 4. Multiply that single digit by 4. I hope you all now got a 2 digit. Are we going good? Yes. People on that side?
Yes, yes.
Apart from the maths professor here. All of you are going good? Yes. Now divide 2 digit, whatever 2 digit you have present, divide by 3. Divide by 3. What is the remainder?
0, 0.
Madam, max is for everybody. They are answering. The remainder is
0.
but the quotient will be 2 digit. Am I right? I don't know maths actually. I know the process of mathematics actually. 2 digit quotient. Now the final step, subtract 10 from the 2 digit. Subtract 10 from the 2 digit. You got a single digit, sir?
Yes.
So our journey started with single digit. Our journey ends with? Right. Now any management professor raise the hand. Anyone. Now when I say anyone, don't look easier. Anyone means first one will be the best one. Madam, you are a management professor. Your research specialization? HR. Okay, good. Any engineering professor? Good. Good. Yes. Your specialization, sir? HR specialized, electrical engineering, completely different world or not? While both of you are at PSG, your perspectives of learning are different, but your goal is now same. Let me go it. Madam, what is the number you have imagined? 5. Sir, what you have imagined? 8. Is it the difference due to your research specialization, your domain? Or is by chance? Ma'am, what's your answer? What's your answer, sir? Say it loudly. So, a HR is now trying to discover a process. Process usually belongs to engineering sciences actually. Good man. Let me take a random call. Professor in the last room. Gentlemen, what's your number you have mentioned, sir?
Sir.
Ma'am, what's number? Answers. How many of you got 2 raised? All will get 2? But then why your imaginations are different? The goal is same from here on. Irrespective of the domain, our goal shall be, that goal is artificial intelligence in education. Good. Do not worry too much about math. Madam Mathematics professor can explain that later. I'm not good at math. Thank you. Good. The phenomenon is such a kind of reasoning power. If human, how enthusiastic we participated, how curious we are to extract the reasoning logic. Can such knowledge management be transferred to a machine? If so, can machine also become near intelligent like human? Yes. That phenomenon is generative AI. Nothing but instead of just trying to extract existing information, just like a Google search engine does, take a keyword, map the content and pull the existing information, rather completely generate new information. Against a question, generate new text, new kind of multimodal data outputs that would be near reflection. Why I am talking here is, imagine you are going to add some revised concepts to your existing syllabus, which is a great challenge, great discovery actually, Einstein's job. But how do you start from? Can I hand over the past copy of my syllabus of any course to AI and request it to revisit, analyze and suggest kind of additional valued learning? If done, what shall be the output? Just like you invite an expert member, ask him or her to review and come out with some beautiful conclusions, summaries for betterment. Can AI do this? Did we try this? Come on. The first opportunity is, at the end of today's session, I request all the intellectual capacity here to just hand over a part of your course to ChatGPT in the evening. Challenge it, torture it actually. Torture the ChatGPT such that it will help you at the end. You torture the technology, then you are human intelligent actually. But if you believe in technology, you are human user only. You just follow the technology, I say. Prompting. That way of communicating to the machine, that way of passing instruction command to the machine is called prompt. In a nutshell, simple language prompt is mechanism by which human user communicates to the machine. Two types of prompts are there. Have you heard about this word that normally you teach to students? Your communication is poor. You must improve in communication. Right? What is this poor and good? Anybody? Do you expect the student to, communicate subject to you or vocabulary? Like what exactly is this essence mean? Subject, right? You give subject to them, you expect back subject from them. Right? Management teachers any? Same. Vice versa. Reciprocal is needed. Inductive learning, value-added learning is there. Same way, to discover whether AI can be really unleashed, unlocked is, try to start testing with some vague, that is unclear, unrealistic, generic prompts and see the relevance of the output. That's what I asked. ChatGPT, how many times it responded correctly to you? And you said yes. When you said yes, what does it mean? That means you communicated to ChatGPT correctly. Am I right? Then only it replied to you correctly. Am I right again? But what if we try to do a communication which is vague to ChatGPT? Obviously, the results go unrealistic, unexpected. So AI is still intelligent under the supervision of human. But good prompts are those prompts which have a, write down, a goal. A good prompt shall have a goal, a vision, a tone and a context. How do you differentiate between good and bad prompt? Essentials we are giving should have a goal, a vision, a tone and a context. Just now I asked all of you to write some prompt and you all tried very well. What was the prompt management fraternity has written, sir? Kindly recheck on ChatGPT that you have written. Just now you have written some prompt now. Explain the role of AI in management education. Such a prompt, does it make sense? Does it have a goal? Does it have a tone? Is it referring to any context? Yes, the context is AI in management education. Engineering experts here, faculty, teachers, what is the prompt that you have written, professors, everybody? Various techno-managerial aspects involving such a prompt. Does it reflect the context, vision and goal of your research? Yes, definitely. Such kind of well-defined prompt can be a good prompt, smarter actually. Our journey from basics of prompting to good prompt to smarter shall make AI more approachable to us. So here we give 3 types of prompts. Any beginner, any human layman who wants to experience AI in their education research shall start with a basic prompt. Please type this prompt as you see on the screen on ChatGPT. The prompt is, make 5 quiz questions on leadership styles. Let's check the intelligence of ChatGPT. One day, a teacher is ChatGPT by asking about make 5 quiz questions on leadership styles. It's kind of management subject there. Once you run, see the results. Why this initial drill down we are doing all is not to train on ChatGPT, but we want you, do you believe ChatGPT first? Any technology must not be learned in hurry. First see the reliability and level of trust in it. If you find reliable, dependable, then only start using it. That's how internet, social media entered in our life. Am I right? Yes. But our students don't follow this much. They directly believe 200% because at the end of the day, they must get the job done. Good. What are the results here? You got 5 questions drilled down. Great. But how do you map? Are all 5 questions really relevant to the topic that you have asked? Please cross-check human, everybody. Is it matching?
Yes.
Very good. Such a result is typically called generic surface level. Why call surface level? Here our context was leadership. The role was 5 quiz questions. That's it. ChatGPT could get the outline. But here in 5 questions participants, how are those questions? Are they commenting on basic concepts of leadership, traits of leadership, styles, something, or is it surface level only? But if I ask you, revise these prompts to extract 5 more questions or revise the existing 5 to comment on traits of leadership. Definitely what ChatGPT will do? It will have a recall to the previous prompt and re-engineer the outcome and align the results with traits, the new context. That is called, please note down, context engineering. The first one you did was prompt engineering. The next one you are going to do is context engineering actually. This is called context engineering. Do education industry involving valuable, significant research need context engineering actually? Come on, think about it. You want to write a next best research paper in your area. Already many published work is already available online and peer colleague work is already available. You want to make it as input, re-engineer, bring out a novel research from that. How do you transformate your knowledge capacity from a basic prompting to a context engineering? The context in human sense is knowledge extraction, transfer of the published research and re-engineering it, improving it to better. But for AI, the transition is shift from basic surface level extraction to context rich. Now look at the next prompt I have written. Do not write, just have a glimpse on it. For MBA students, create 5 MCQs and 2 short answer questions on leadership style. If I run this prompt, what do ChatGPT give us? It will give 5 MCQ and additionally it will give 2 short answer questions on leadership styles, but something else we have added. What is that? Focusing on transformational versus. Why we added this extra suffixes? If added such kind of intermediary elements, entities, will ChatGPT think from which perspective? Typical question. Before ChatGPT answers, I'm asking you human intelligence. Will it give results on leadership or will it talk about transactional leadership? Think for a minute and answer. Will the results be on leadership style or will it be specifically on transformational versus transactional? Specific on? Come on, this is a bias, right? Actually, it should start with leadership. Additionally, it also focuses on. This is a great engineering that is called context engineering. The more context you add, the more better outcome comes. So, good prompt shall include what here on? You wrote already good prompt is equal to what? Tone, goal, vision and that's what matters. But here our context includes something specific. But at this point, constraint based prompting.
So I think most of us actually start using ChatGPT and a lot of other tools, right? I'm sorry, I personally hate ChatGPT. I am against ChatGPT, but I love something called Google's Gemini or Claude, the latest tech that I'm using. I have a reason for that. I'll probably show you with a demo as to why I don't use ChatGPT. It's my personal choice. So what we have something called as a very interesting topic called constraint-based learning. For these, either ChatGPT or you call Google's Gemini, Bard, whatever technology that you use in your daily life for your AI-based needs, right? So, whatever the inputs that you are going to give you, maybe like a very small input like 5 MCQ questions, or maybe a very complex topic like I have a research project, I want ChatGPT to generate a good document for me so that I can upload it for some grant, right? That's also possible with ChatGPT. That's also possible with any AI-based tools, I'll say, right? Nowadays, I think most of us are actually trying to use for AI for our research, right? What ChatGPT is going to give you because we are very lazy going to Google, type and then get it. We were in that era where you just typed everything in Google, remembered one link, copy pasted that link in Excel sheet, stored it, try to refer it, make some documentation, and then publish a paper.
In fact, in the recent online FDP, one of the participants asked me and funny, "Sir, can I do PhD with AI?" For a minute, we both were silent, including our elder person Naran Reddy from AIMS. But I said, if you do your next co-speaker with us, then they were shocked at the side. See, I mean, using technology is opportunity, but utilizing the technology within the scope under human angle is a real opportunity actually, right? The constraint based here says that the transactional and transformative leadership are subcontext of leadership styles. Hence, the drill down occurs on leadership at the core and the major emphasis on transaction. Thus, out of 5 questions, what is the probability that a ChatGPT can give at least 3 questions on transactional transformative? Please try this prompt and show us the results. Comment on the result now. Plug in the prompt that you see on the screen, team, and try to analyze the output results. If 5 MCQs are generated, how many are exactly onto the constraints mentioned, transactional and transformative? All of them, in fact. That means the context of leadership is still preserved, but the value add was now at the transactional versus transformation. So when should you go for context-based AI engineering is the question here. If you want a surface level knowledge discovery, limit user to basic prompt. But if you want to have a drill down of intelligence, constrained intelligence, we recommend you to go for context-based engineering. So prompts are not English language statements nor phrases. They create sense. AI prompts, when understood from the surface to the domain, they create intelligence, not information. Please convey this message to all your students from today. Otherwise, they are in a hurry, prefer any tool, write prompt, get the result, and feel they are the champion. But why? When you said that he hates activity Google is, we time tested a student, we tested the assignment and said, is it right? The student confidently said, yes sir, it is right. Then we asked the same student to open Gemini, same assignment wrote, Gemini wrote it differently. And the student got really shocked. Which one should I submit next? With AI, you are not with AI actually. If you don't value AI, you must understand it, then only use it. That's a phenomenon. The next one, advanced prompt engineering. Do not worry about the tools. Tools are catalysts. They come and go in our life. But the phenomenon is knowledge, capacity building. How do you leverage on that AI? Now see here, the third prompt says, act as a management professor preparing a midterm exam. Most of you have coined many examination question papers in your lifetime. Have you used AI in coining it? Because your students are writing answers with AI. Why don't you take a chance with AI question paper? But how does AI prepared question paper really makes a change or difference? Unlike the human prepared, right? You can take a call on it. Nothing different. It also is well structured like you create, but it can introduce some kind of wanted biasedness with your prompt. You can challenge your students by introducing a wanted bias in it to discover their learnings greatly. That is an advanced prompting situation. Here on in each classroom, to make it smarter, after the concept that you discussed, do not directly put the students at the end of exam, at the end of semester. Take out a weekend day, make it a regular practice, conduct an AI exam at the end of each week or fortnight. See the capability maturity of the student on the concept by creating variations with AI practice. But believe me, such a AI questionnaire, again students will hand over to AI further to and try to reiterate the answers. So it's a chain of thought process going on completely. So there must be some control point, synchronization, where you have to reduce the ambiguity further. Zoom reduce one. Next one. Next one. Now we have understood some basic prompting and let's see how AI can become a digital tool. We give you 4 stages life cycle from industry that a prompt engineer should know. As a learner, teacher, educator, student learner or researcher. please your attention on these 4 essentials. These 4 essentials include draft the initial prompt, basically draft the initial prompt. For any success in AI based prompt engineering for future research, follow this 4 stages cycle. That will lead you to the correct outcome. Draft the initial prompt, improve or refine the initial prompt, run and execute the prompt, definitely review your results at each iteration. An initial outcome, a version 1 outcome of a prompt may be final or may not be final output, right? You need to further drill down the intelligence as much as until your expectations of classroom, your learning curve, your research, whatever the goals you have in that juncture, until all are met, you keep on performing this prompt refinement cycle. Draft, refine, run and review are the 4 important steps. Make sure the students also follow this framework correctly. Educate them that a simple prompt, a 1-page assignment will not make them AI conqueror. No, they are still an information searcher only, we say. Educate them to learn this iterative prompting until they get better results. Then there is no harm in a student teacher using AI also, because you are doing knowledge management with AI correctly. But in a hurry, just a prompt and a half a page information won't make a day. That's the concept that we have to have a takeaway of this initial understanding of prompt engineering. Now AI is a technology, is a tool. How do you understand it? AI. Many said AI means ChatGPT. Few said AI means Gemini. If I call somebody else, they'll say Perplexity. AI, don't try to categorize by technology names. AI is a phenomenon. Grasp it. Now, according to you, what is AI? As an educator, what is AI? As an educator, you must use it, then only you can answer. But at the end of this workshop, FDP, you must all be in a position to say, AI is your next digital partner, your next companion. Isn't it or not? It must be. That's the way we have to learn and go forward. Lesson planning. How many of you consider lesson planning as a challenging work? Raise a hand. Drafting the lesson plan. What is the difficulty? I would like to know. Where is the difficulty? They are not from academics. On and off we go, but
usually a unit will be allocated for 9 hours, but that will be changing based on the class, ambience of class and the student strength. So if we plan for 9 hours, it won't work out on 9 hours. So that will be the challenge.
So thought is for 9 hours, action plan is for?
Action plan will be for, should be for 9 hours, but usually we cannot go like that because some basics has to be covered. So it may expand.
So the allocation of conceptual workload in a plan on paper is different from in reality, is what you want to say.
Yes.
You all agree with him? Right. Then how are our courses delivered? How are our knowledge transfer in the future? How many of you hand over some part of post-classroom learning activity to students? What is post-classroom learning? You teach some concept here and you try to challenge your student to come prepared on the next. Anybody? Is it that practice are we doing here? Good, you're doing, sir? Great. So are the students trying to come back with the results? Some of them at least, not an entire class, but some of the population sample are coming back. But why others are not doing? I mean, do the students don't accept the challenge or they don't know how to? Please try. Very next day they get bunch of knowledge because AI is with them. They'll rush with AI and give you the things, but they pose written challenge to you. What is the written challenge? Assessment, evaluation, grading, rubrics creation, everything become a challenge or not? One way, either we have to accept the quality of the document by reading, knowing that it is not compiled and created by them still, but how to make them responsible actually. AI is not just a quick technology, AI is a responsible technology. It must be understood from that context. So here, a bunch of tools we have, ChatGPT, Gemini. Let's try to do a rule-based AI. Here, we are trying to compare a simple rule-based information extraction versus a LLM. LLM, whenever I say, imagine it is a ChatGPT or Gemini, large language model powered AI system. So, let's do a cross comparison. In a row of 3 or 2, I request the teachers Some of you open Gemini, while some of you open ChatGPT. Right? The comparative picture will take. Prompt will be same, sir. Prompt will be same. If two faculty are there, madam, one of you do with Gemini, one of you do with ChatGPT and see the experience.
Okay, so if we don't want to ask you to see here and type, there is one link that we are giving you in the screen here. This is a wiki link. If you open this link, can you please open this link? A browser, and then this is a link. bit.ly PhD_FDP. There are two URLs that you would have got. There are two URLs that you would have got. Something like this. You have got two URLs, something like this. Correct? Copy the second URL.
Okay, let them do the first.
Yeah, you can do the first one also. Copy the first one. Oh yeah. I'll go back one second. Here it is. This is the main URL. Once everyone opens this, I will talk about the next step. Just type it and hit enter. Type that and then hit enter. Type your this URL and hit enter. It will open up one small URL and then you'll see some two links there.
Permission, sir, grant permission. It will take you. In the notepad, we have two URLs for your hands on. Open.
Did you open both the URL open? This URL open and everyone is able to see these URLs? Yeah. Some drive is open and you have a file in that. psg.txt is the file. Yes? Can you download that? Or if you can open it directly, that is well and good. Or else you can download.
It's opening and we're able to see.
Yeah, it's opening directly. If you can see this link. Yeah, you can also copy, right? Copy the second link. Copy the second link. Copy the second link. Okay? The first link is a poll, and we can do it later. First, copy the second link here. And then paste it in a new browser window. Paste it in a new browser window. Copy the second link and paste it in a new browser window. It should give you something like this. Or some word pad like this. Okay? Is everyone able to see that? Yes? Perfect. Now what I'll do, I'll just copy all of this here. Okay, and then I'll paste it directly here. And everyone should see that in your screens. Now copy and then put it in your prompt directly. Don't just type. We will use this link to copy and paste. Whatever we do, we copy it here. You can copy it from here. Okay? This is called Frame-a-Pad. Frame-a-Pad. This tool is called Frame-a-Pad, open source, free AI-based tool. We can use for collaboration. We have plenty of tools like this. We will discover so many. Don't worry.
On his whiteboard, what the expert has written, you are able to access something. This is a smarter class. Not sufficient.
Now you can copy this like sir was mentioning and then put it in your GPT engines.
Open ChatGPT. If two people are working, one of you go to Gemini, Google Gemini, one of you go to ChatGPT. Copy paste the same prompt. One time in Gemini, one time in ChatGPT, and compare the results. Entire prompt.
So the task is copy the entire prompt, put it in ChatGPT, put it in Gemini, compare the results.
Just to save your typo time, we are using the whiteboard. So what does ChatGPT say, madam? Then why do you hate ChatGPT? When people in the universe at Coimbatore love ChatGPT. Drive a flight. We have many pilots here. Drive it correctly. Ma'am, what's your result? Gemini is saying what? What is ChatGPT telling? So does it mean Gemini is super intelligent and ChatGPT is super intelligent, Gemini is idiot? Is it that means? I don't know. Have you ever worked with AI like this? Any AI going to the teacher and say, I don't know, because teacher is a master actually. Might be you have done Power BI. Good morning, this is AI. Beyond BI. Good. Have you ever seen an AI tool saying no? No. Do not worry too much about it. Might be your next research paper. Go ahead. We have tuned it like that.
ChatGPT, I don't know. ChatGPT, I don't know. ChatGPT, I don't know.
Sometimes your student also says don't know, even after great effort by you. Same as machine. Knowledge transfer should not be one-sided. That's what. The way that we convey, as she rightly said, rule-based tutoring. This is called no reasoning, no intelligent thinking. Even a great tool, Gemini, said, I don't know. Which was never unexpected actually this time. But still it makes sense. But now, AI means what, sir? From Google's definition? Artificial? Google said that, ChatGPT said that, so both are intelligent. So from here on, will you use ChatGPT only in your life? Come on, go ahead. That is what? Rule-based inferences was limited. Why did Gemini could not drill down the intelligence? We can go from a rule-based learning to a artificial general intelligence-based learning to extract the answer. Now at this point, a question. Do you trust technology?
How many trust technology? How many of you trust technology?
AI. Right? Madam?
50-50.
Not completely from today onwards or what? Always.
50-50.
Please educate this culture. Otherwise, we are followers and believers of technology, unfortunately. Make sure the world truly become intelligent and responsibly intelligent. That is, responsible AI must be created. So here, we asked both AI tools to behave like a symbolic system. Next slide. Ask now this question to both tools. Unlike the previous prompt he shared, which was lengthy, rule-oriented constraint, look at the simple prompt. Such a simple prompt will give what result? What is generative AI? Such a simple prompt. Check your whiteboard on screen. See the reflections on your.
The prompt is copied into that whiteboard.
Now copy the prompt and put it to ChatGPT and Gemini. The question asked is, what is generative AI and how does it differ from traditional AI? Put it to both ChatGPT and Gemini. Now who answered? Gemini answered. But last time it said, I don't know how it is answering. When it doesn't know about AI, how it is answering about generative AI? ChatGPT gave? Same answer. What is that, sir? AI means? That means ChatGPT knows only one answer. AI means always? But Gemini knows? Generative. Now whom will you trust? Previously all said ChatGPT was doing well and Gemini said I don't know, created a doubt in your mind. But again ChatGPT when asked about generative AI, again it is saying AI means? But Gemini elaborated or not? This is called introducing bias with AI actually. Before you adopt any IT implementation in your learning curve, research curve, thoroughly test it. Otherwise, just meagerly giving prompt and getting result, search engine is sufficient in our life. We don't need AI. Am I right? Point reflection. See the reflection written? LLMs reason probabilistically and can generalize concepts. Such a phenomenon is artificial general intelligence. Now, AGI, the concept which we elaborated theoretically is now being reflected practically. AGI. Make students don't do hurriedly AI, make them also do AI along with AGI, where a human touch is really needed. It's like the old school trait we have. One more effort. Let's put one more trouble to ChatGPT and Cobalt. Funny. Okay, copy this one. ChatGPT and Gemini. One more. Let us see. Let us evaluate tools in the universe. No two stars shine equally in the galaxy, but each one is a star. Let's go. Copy the prompt. Everybody, sir. The third prompt is on your whiteboard.
The prompt again is on your whiteboard.
Like it to your ChatGPT one time and Gemini one time. So, what are the reflections, participants? With this current prompt, how do both AI tools respond? Are they context sensitive? Are they relating the result to given context, or how are they answering? Both are same, madam? How many of you say both are same? Raise a hand. You are seeing a different ChatGPT today, which you never saw in your life. That's the power of prompt engineering, actually. Any technology responds to the human input the way it has been trained, right? When so much was written, how can you expect AI to answer 1, 2 keywords actually? Yes, iterate it. Iterative prompting. What was the life cycle? 4 stages, madam, we gave? Recall? You have written? Good. Come on, celebrate with the answers, but re-celebrate with the knowledge actually. Define the initial prompt that you have done already. Next one. Refine the prompt. Did we refine the prompt or define the prompt so far? We defined the prompt. We are yet to. Then it might answer differently, sir. That is pending still. Got my point? You just kept on asking question. Each question is a different context, a definition. But the answers are surprisingly the same, which shocks the human. Now to challenge the GPT, you refine the prompt, that is iterate, run the new prompt, revise and get the results. How many of you understood? Even a great AI powered by LLM architecture can sometimes make mistakes or not? Yes. To see this, funny, to Elisa.
Okay, so so many management engineering professors here, right? Let's do some small math. Okay. By the way, I hate math faculty there. I'm sorry. Let's go to Google. Let's go to Google. And then type Elisa. 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 Elisa chatbot. Elisa chatbot. Just type Elisa chatbot. And you should see one link. Just type Elisa chatbot, and yeah, the first link that you get, New Jersey Institute of Technology. ELIZA. Is everyone here? Open this link and you see a very good interface for a chatbot. Okay, this is an interface for chatbot. Is everyone here?
Yes.
This is the first era of ChatGPT, before ChatGPT era. Okay, I mean not ChatGPT, basically I'll say GPT. Okay, first chatbot. Okay, now here give some basic math question. What is 2 plus 2? 2 into 2. Your choice. Some basic math question, and tell me if it is giving you a right answer. Just give some basic math question, whatever it is. Go ahead and then say yes or no. Just try to interact with that chat box. There's a very quick response.
Does it fulfill your needs? 1960 See, the world worked with Elisa actually. Our world is blessed. We have ChatGPT today. Imagine if this is the ChatGPT that your students used. Where are we? Where,
How is Elisa working?
It's
Is it
nice
giving
to
you the right
chat with
answer?
you. It's nice to chat with you. Thank you.
do not worry, sometimes it scores also. It was not trained correctly. It was an early infant. ChatGPT is a monster. Gemini is a Godzilla.
This is a first chatbot, first LLM based
I said
chatbot
I don't want to
that
chat
was
with you.
created by AJIT University Institute of Technology. Sorry? Therapist bot.
I don't want to chat with
This
you.
is basically a therapist bot,
Chat with
but
you.
a chatbot for
Why you don't
LLM.
want to chat with
The basics of LLMs were got it from here. Okay? The reason it is giving you weird answers is just because it's a therapist bot. Okay? This is Elisa for you.
Have you understood now the evolution of LLM revolution? Everybody? LLM is not an evolution, it's a revolution actually. That's how the king size ChatGPTs, Google Gemini, Perplexity were trained, made more intelligent in this era. Good. How many of you understood AI? Raise the hand, wave to me. How many of you understood AI so far? Don't explain me, experience it actually. Because AI cannot be explained, it should be experienced. Right, let's go ahead. So far, the work activity we have done was AI role play with some surface level, context level, advanced level we have done. We could get comparative reflections of ChatGPT versus Gemini. Sometimes human observed ChatGPT was doing better. Some other times Gemini proved its capability. AI tools still can be moderate, generalized, specialized intelligence can be extracted. That's why the learning point here is whichever AI tool you use, do not try to believe it, first use and then trust it. Because there is no assurance 200% that all your prompts in different contexts, different senses will you result. Hence the core success of an LLM lies in the tool or in the prompt. Anybody? Everybody. Ultimate success of any LLM relies on prompt only. The better prompt, better results I say. Fine prompts, fine-tuned results I say. That is the first discussion outcome under the hood of AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. We leave a certain amount of workload to you. You will get the PPTs through proper channel, the coordinator madam, Dr. Sujata, and please forward them, madam. Let all our participants have a rigor on remaining half of the day one, finding their opportunities with different prompts. This is called contextual transfer challenge. Just a few minutes ago, we shifted our attention from leadership to transactional transformative. That is typically called contextual transfer. A prompt looks an outline surface, but when needed, the researcher, learner, observer in the environment might shift the context of the prompt, transfer the knowledge from one scenario to another. Hence, such LLMs will connect to the present context, may leave the previous accidentally. Hence, your opportunity in this FDP is experience prompt engineering phenomenon, get expertise with AI tools, and discover the truth behind it. Then only smarter classrooms, designing smarter classrooms with either for course curriculum, lesson plan management, evaluation, assessment, rubric, whatever you call, the instruments of academia can all be well designed, provided the ground framework is taken. AI in the classroom. Now, let's see this one before we break. See the prompt, and can you copy this prompt to our participants? Imagine, now we have a digital partner with you and you know prompt engineering better. You want to create an interesting classroom for your students one day. So, you give this prompt to ChatGPT on a context and ask it to drill down certain knowledge information. Such scenario you must take to the classroom next, hand it over to the student. So now, knowledge partnership is between whom? First teacher at the core, middleman is AI, end user is, it's a smarter class. Then it becomes a smarter. But the student never knows this drill down was actually done by AI until they reinvestigate. That way they can connect to AI responsibly. Push the AI towards them. Student will pull themselves towards AI again. AI has both on the teacher and student. Copy the prompt. The core here is, as an AJ-enabled classroom assistant, it can observe students' learning patterns, generate personalized lesson plans, and assess emotional engagement in real time. Madam, being a maths teacher, how many times you realize that conveying a mathematical concept to all students is real difficulty? Yes, my teacher, who was conveying A plus B whole square, struggled a lot because he agreed honestly, teaching and making students understand A plus B whole square is a nightmare. Why? Because not all students easily understood A plus B. So teacher is one and same, but the student capability maturities are definitely different. How would we, in such a heterogeneous knowledge arena, could we transfer our knowledge uniformly and make our entire classroom successful? Imagine a quadratic equation concept. It cannot be explained, it must be experienced, I say. How many students really understand that? That's why, take a biology teacher who is explaining a heart functioning. Just with a diagram on board and arteries and veins, blood pumping is a core classroom. But today with virtual reality augmented, the internal application is demonstrated with the essence. Here, impact of technology is making some value addition, definite sense. But how do you map it really as a teacher? We need to put a lot of senses. Come on, pull in this prompt quickly and let's see the results. The prompt aims at understanding being students having different mindset in classroom, how to design a lesson plan that justifies all students in a classroom. Is it possible, first of all? The lesson plan should not be a legal amalgamation of 4 or 5 units with the technical, non-technical concepts, few case studies and projects. That's our core expectation. But can we design a lesson plan from here? At least put in efforts that a lesson plan can meet the intelligence right from emotion to the senses of the student. Can we re-engineer that? Shall we or not? Think for a minute. Not sure how much it goes further, but not all students are equal. Still the teacher is same. Plug in the prompt and see the results, everybody. Do with ChatGPT, do with Gemini. I want all teams to present to me a comparative results sheet, shows the reflections comparatively. How an AI tool Gemini can understand this problem and ChatGPT can understand. Here the debate is not between AI tools, the debate is human-machine interaction capability enhancements in context of AI. Come on, think about it. On the given note, how are these tools trying to, if you exhaust quota, madam, retry or just close, re-sign in and conduct. Because you are using free trials get exhausted, it doesn't run. It asks you to go for a waiting time. Yes, drill down. 3 parameters we are giving from research. Which AI tool is focusing on personalization approach? What is personalization? Whether the curriculum meets the expectations of all different mindsets of the students or not. Assessment of a classroom is not just by an examination. It is beyond. Because the reachability of knowledge by all students definitely has a standard deviation and variance in statistics. Privacy handling, emotional analysis. Which of these 2 tools in front is able to meet your expectations as a classroom teacher? Because you know, being master, expert, what to give or not to give to your student, you are the core domain expert. Which AI tool is synchronizing with your thought? Give a minute. If you feel ChatGPT is giving according to you, justify it. If you feel Gemini is giving, justify it. But if you feel none of them are meeting, that means more rigor has to be put on here. Here we are not taking any particular course nor any particular topic or domain. Generalized drill down we are doing.
So the core essence of this outcome is what a teacher should consider before designing a course, keeping in mind the student learner perspective. Can AI help you all here? I'm not talking about new industry oriented concepts, value add discussions. These are general part and parcel of your brainstorming BOS meetings. But can an AI tool really rediscover the art of lesson planning, course structure, refining or redesigning, work management, etc.? Some essentials. What are the commonalities to be compared, sir? A course should meet the expectations of each student. Many students ask us when we go there, sir, if I do machine learning, will I get a job? Well, some of them say, we don't mean machine learning, we are Java, we are writing program Java, Java is enough. Now, how should we answer that? So, I hope you are understanding, right? Heterogeneity makes sense. How do you homogenize that then with AI? So, how do you interpret these results now? The nomenclature, the context of both tools are different, but the essence should be same or not? Tomorrow we'll make you do the same exercise with other tools in the universe. The objective is not to teach AI, but make you do AI. So that will it be helpful in mapping the ideas correctly or not? Anyway, relax, don't need to be answered here immediately. Take out time tomorrow morning, madam. We'll have a marathon review on this. Right? Can you? Yes. You need to relook into this whenever you are free. Comment on. You did it, madam? So what is your reflection? Both tools are same, both tools are thinking different. Which of them are meeting in line your expectation as a teacher? Gemini is meeting. Who said who don't know artificial intelligence? Now, the core finally to be taken away at the end of this is, if you want to drill down the knowledge at surface level, if you want to context engineer your knowledge management practices or further advanced prompting techniques, whatever the knowledge mining you have to do, AI tool is immaterial. No teacher nor student should worry about AI tools in the universe, rather concern about understanding, mapping its utilization in the context. That's why if you ask both of us which one you use, our answer is silence. Because we never say ChatGPT is good, we never say Perplexity is good. We say AI is good actually. Unleash it, unblock it actually. Then only its appeal will be felt to the human. So, but as of now, madam, you say Gemini is good. How many of you agree with her according to your senses? Gemini is good or ChatGPT in this context? Upvotes for ChatGPT, how many? In this outcome, upvotes, give me a thumbs up for ChatGPT, if any. Okay. Great. So you found that Gemini was meeting your inline. How many of you upvote for Gemini now? Have you run the prompt? Good. That's why he loves Gemini, not ChatGPT. But do not underestimate. The game is not over. Right? Still more exercises will introduce biased prompts and rediscover the truth behind the AI sense. Any questions so far? Madam, we'll break here.
Yes.
Any questions, participants? Let me know. First, handle AI. Do AI. Trust AI. That's the framework actually. Right? Then, post this, there is some activity my co-speaker has planned for you. He'll release a project documentation. It's a teamwork. We expect teamwork, right? Whether you're from same college or different, you're at PSG. Make sure that's the vision. And you all shall work as a team. Ideation. Team ideation must be done. And to solve that problem, can AI be useful there? If so, where is the roadmap to begin? Once you solve it to the best possible, then we'll move to the closure part of today with interesting topic called flipped classroom. Thank you all for your patience.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಬಿಗ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು.
லீவ் கொடுத்துட்டே வந்தேன் ரீசன் 15 Monday. Recent Vijay marriage shows you love and care. Working வச்சுட்டு நீங்க சின்சியரா ப்ளீஸ் அமௌண்ட் ப்ளீஸ் இது லீவ் விடுங்க நான் சொல்றேன் பாசத்தை காட்டுங்க பிக்கப் அண்ட் ட்ராப் எவ்ரிதிங் இஸ் அரேஞ்ச் ஜீசஸ் டெம்பிள்ஸ் டெம்பிள்ஸ் சர்ச்சஸ்
Welcome back, participants. Welcome to the second technical session of day one on the half day. We have some critical thinking challenge. Apply your analytic senses, AI senses to solve this. Here we go. There will be a prompt shared with you all on screen on whiteboard. Try to look into that.
Okay. Here is the activity that we are going to do. I'm going to paste you some prompt here. Okay. Paste the prompt and do not hit enter. You can use either ChatGPT or you can use Gemini, which you are comfortable with, or Claude or Perplexity. open here, right? Okay. So here is the question that I have pasted. Paste this question or paste this prompt in your AI model. Paste this prompt in your AI model.
Just try to read it for a minute and try to understand it.
If you want to read that, you can, or just execute that prompt. Paste that prompt and execute it. Copy paste that prompt, execute it in your GPT.
Just try to decode that logic. Human intelligence versus artificial intelligence. To reduce the bias.
So now, let me put you some question there. For that prompt, this is the question. Now give this question also to ChatGPT or your AI tool. Two things. First is copy your entire prompt, paste it in your GPT or AI model. Once it analyzes that question, ask this question to GPT. Ask this question to GPT. Are the instructions clear? Let's copy the entire prompt, give it to GPT, take the question and then paste it to GPT, and what is the answer you are getting? What is the answer you are getting? Is it giving you some numeric value? How much? Very good. You're getting 2. Anyone else? Which model you are using, sir? Gemini, very good. Gemini is giving 2. Who else? ChatGPT? 9. Fantastic. So now, can you any other answers? Any other technology you are using? I mean, any other?
You are using
Perplexity, Claude. Yeah, what is the answer, sir? So here is the activity, right? Just copy the prompt, paste it, copy the question, paste it, and see what is the answer. Perplexity AI. How much? It's giving you an image. Fantastic.
Only image.
You are giving an image. For Claude, sir?
Cloud I'm checking.
Claude, okay, good. Claude and Perplexity are giving images. Can you read that question manually now? Read that question manually. Forget about technology. Forget about technology. Read the question manually. Read the prompt actually, not the question.
Picture. Cloud.
Read the prompt.
Cloud also picture.
Cloud also?
Picture.
Picture, very good. Read the prompt. What is the prompt saying? Can you do that manually? Can you solve this problem manually? Can you solve this problem with pen and paper manually?
Now let's do human intelligence.
Human intelligence. Pen and paper manually, and tell me what is the exact answer?
Tools differ by name and by capacity. But humans, by belief actually. Apply the belief. It's giving a picture.
And what is the answer?
Give an effort with your cognitive power now. Decode the prompt, devise the logic, design the output.
If you are using pen and paper, what is the answer you are getting? Your GPTs or your LLMs were giving 2, 9, and then some are giving images, right? But if you do it manually, what is the answer? Any answers?
Draw it, try to draw.
If You want to do it with a pen and paper and then try to find out solution.
Final answer is what? LS output. So what is the number? Anything? Is your intelligence analysis matching A? This is bias actually. Now who is right? Human intelligence, the AI. You understood your context, it understood its context, right? But then both outputs should be same. There is some kind of ambiguity, chaos, gap is there in learning by an AI system. But human followed a framework step by step, interpreted it correctly, and derived an output. Is it same AI following your thought process? What else it is doing? Discover it. Now, do you use AI? I think all of you are using AI, undoubtedly. How many of you believe AI now? If you believe AI, then your answer might go wrong. If you believe yourself, then why are you doing it? Please raise such questions to the students first. Otherwise, every learning they will finish overnight.
Now, do you still think AI is going to replace your jobs? With this kind of questions they are putting to AI, do you still think AI is going to replace your job?
Don't give them an internship, don't give them an assignment, give them this person. If they can solve this, they're industry ready. Yeah, if they do industry, superhuman then. But all great internships cannot solve this problem. This is not super AI, general AI, narrowed AI. Sounds interesting, sir. Right? What is this? Both colleagues sitting side by side, answer is same. Like your imagination of numbers are different. Common problem is intelligence extraction. What about your manual information, ma'am? Okay. Right. So finally, the intelligence of HI versus AI, intelligence versus AI, definitely bias or not. How do you convey this message to your students in class? Don't only see the context. Before today, the section was engineering. It's knowledge engineering now. Discover the bias or parallel AI environments and rediscover the new AI. I said in the keynote, the heart of the classroom is teacher. Brain. Who is teacher? But how do you convey this to students? Please be. Otherwise, they profoundly still believe they listen from teacher. They complete the work, but they can't make the teacher happy. That's it. Industry never believes in such students in the future because human teacher-driven knowledge frameworks actually. AI is just changed you, right? How many of you tried manually? Raise the hand. How many of you manually tried matched with AI tools? Raise the hand. None of you? Manually led output matching with AI generated output. How many of you? Which one do you think still is correct? Is AI correct or manual correct? Why none of you matched it? Good. Great try. Anyway, now you understood the value of AI, LLM, when to, how to use it to the scenario.
Yeah. So the problem, the reason why AI was not able to solve the question that we gave is, it is for human, it is a visual based approach and we can easily count on it. Your AI is not trained on visual based data. It is trained mostly on text based data. That is the reason if you give any text based information, any text based prompt, more or less you are going to get the appropriate answer. Anything that you are giving as a visual based question, this is how it actually goes.
Beginning, what is AI? What is generative AI? How did Gemini and ChatGPT give perfect 100% great definitions? But it's the same question if you asked, what is generative AI? Please generate a visually schematic representation, diagrammatic representation for a common man to understand. If you write the prompt like this, do you know how much stress the tools will undergo? If I ask you AI, immediately each one of you are telling artificial intelligence is defined as text. But can you represent it in a way that the cognition gets the ignition actually? The student cognition receives ignition from it. That's what I quoted example. The biological teacher teaching heart concept. How many science students understood heart? They understood heart, parts of heart. How does it work? Many said from their ass it pumps blood. How does it pump? The internal is not discovered yet. Right? Context engineering plays a critical role. Conceptual re-engineering plays a critical role actually. Our students must be empowered with AI, not at the surface level of AI, rather discovering the inside out. For that, the educator community should discover the depths of AI in different contexts. Okay, how many of you now accept AI as your digital companion? You're using it, you're trusting it, you're reiterating. How many of you can use this AI in a routine classroom? Tomorrow, management teachers here for you. A case study has to be discussed. Such a case study can be created, procured from any sources. How many of you use a case study or used a case study created by AI tool so far in your classroom? Raise hand. Good. Which tool you have used, madam? Sir? ChatGPT. It gave a case study. Even I do that. ChatGPT gave a case study. Was it reachable, interpretable by your students? Are they interpreting the case as a storyline, facts only, or any kind of experience actually? What is this meant by storyline and experience? Storyline is paragraph comprehension reading, but experience is getting the concept as a belief. Did our ChatGPT create a storyline case study or a real experience? This is what I want. Are you understood? But you can make such ChatGPT create an experiential case study. Empirical also. Fine tune your prompts before you handle. Then what are the 4 phases, madam? Define and refine. Iterate and? Until we get the required output, we have to. Now do you trust AI, provided you do better prompt engineering? Convey this message, students. Do not stop them from using AI. There is no harm in this era. They are blessed to use it. But unfortunately, they are taking the blessing as curse by hurriedly creating anything, everything, which doesn't make any sense. Just between AI and student create responsibility. See how they are going to change the future world. That's a transformation you educators have to bring into your student learner community. On top of it, you also dig deeper by applying AI to future research aspects. Conquer, explore, then explode. But please be very conscious during the utilization, because so many variations you have seen today half a day. How it can be trustworthy, trust unworthy sometimes. Sometimes it's a landmine that you are working with. Make sure how you make it a knowledge mine actually with AI. Now we will release a scenario to you. Just understand the scenario. For that scenario, all of you listeners, educators, should understand and give your opinion whether AI can be applied to solve it. In case you believe AI to be applied, coming tomorrow, we expect each participant to at least document 5 points why you need AI for that. But in case you say, no, sir, this kind of problem doesn't require AI, then also document the reasons. Ready?
Okay. So here is the activity. I'm going to paste you all of this content in the whiteboard as well. But what we essentially want to do is, we have just seen how AI is not helping us, maybe given by a wrong answer. Now we will see very specifically to academia how AI can help us as a digital mentor, provided we are going with appropriate prompts, appropriate information, and then what type of information we are going to extract. Right? So question here is, how often does Gemini, I'm using Gemini, just so you can replace with any AI, give you a good answer that lacks academic depth? Right? Do you think Gemini or ChatGPT lacks academic depth? with just giving appropriate vague questions to GPT?
Teachers like you, why your students are going to them? When you have abundant of human expertise here, they simply believed, trusted them as value-add teachers. You give questions, those teachers give answers. That's what our era, student era, is unfortunately believing in. Bring them back to life, I say, teachers. You give them responsibility, not just an assignment, I say. Such a responsible assignment can be compiled with or without AI, right? But with consciousness, it has to be submitted and evaluated. So, as a pilot testing project, we are.
Now, here is what I want you guys to do. I am going to paste you the engineering example, the management example, and the task. Okay? Engineering faculty, or or whichever you like, you basically take this. Management faculty take the management example, and also give the task to your GPT. Be it Gemini, Google, I don't really care which AI tool you are going to use. That's an example role that we are giving. For management team, you can use that example. Engineering team, you can use the example, or whichever you like. Followed by the task. Okay? And then see how your bot responds. See how your bot responds. Take only one. Either take engineering or take management, followed by a task. Take only one. Go either with engineering or with management, followed by a task, and then ask your GPT.
Research stream, there is a separate question prompt by the expert.
For engineering, we are more specifically focusing that you are a highly cited professor with a 90% grant success rate. Your specialty is experimental design and statistical rigor. But for management, we are saying you are an Academy of Management Fellow, specializing in qualitative research. Your work experience emphasizes clear theoretical framework definition and construct validity. Now, given the same task with a different sets of questions, one for engineering and one for management, how is your bot going to respond? Can you quickly test this? The task is same for both, question is different. Task is same for both, question is different. Just copy that prompt, copy the task, and then see how, what is the kind of response that you're going to get here. Is it giving you a big document, setting X, Y, Z and whatnot? Yes? Good. Is it making some sense at least? Is your GPT, AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever it is, right? Is it giving you a good response to that? Yes? Now, what is the difference that you have spotted between the previous prompts that we have given and this prompt that we have given? Any specific difference with the prompts that you have given here? Exactly, we are giving the role for your GPTs. What else? More specific context also we are giving. Very good. Task is also clearly defined. Perfect. If I am doing all of these, I am going to call it as constraint-based learning. For AI, this is called as constraint-based learning. But mind you, we have not given any constraint here. ChatGPT or your Gemini is generating maybe a 1-page or 2-page document, right? Correct? Now I don't want all that. Let me introduce the constraint for you. Let me introduce the constraint for you here. And then this is the constraint. Now go ahead and give the same constraint to your GPT.
What exactly is the difference between a normal prompt and a constraint prompt? A condition that focuses on something special. Right? Oriented to a specific purpose. Correct. As a phrase
Now see how is your bot responding? Is it applying the constraints that you have specified? Have you understood the constraints what we are trying to give? Yes? What are the constraints we are specifying? What is the constraint we are trying to specify? Exactly, the size of the answer. I don't want a big 1-page, 2-page answers. I want it very precise. Paragraph 1 or 2 paragraph data. I want it.
2-3 page case and assign a task. Give them some time. Ask them not to come prepared. Ask them, challenge them to summarize it and come. Do not ask them to find pointers from the learning because they will get 10 pages of pointers if you do. Ask them to reduce as much optimization. Knowledge productivity with optimization of information is the goal of this. They should get us real summary. Real summary can only be expected by human if and only if they read the context. But if you give a 10-page case study, student will simply hand over to Gemini. They'll get something bigger abstract actually. Smarter classrooms are defined as not information exchange rooms, intelligence exchange rooms.
Now this is what we are going to call it as constraint based training your GPT. You can call any GPT, right? Now you are specifically saying that from a generic question to a very specific prompt you are giving along with the constraint that you would like to see on the output. Am I correct? So this is how these GPT models can help you understand how you can refine your questions or a case study that you are going to give to your students. Right? As a trick, what I usually do if I don't want my students to use GPT, I simply include some visual content there. Meaning, the text itself will have something like visualization. Like just how we did, right? That's how I do. Whenever I create an assignment for my students, I definitely use AI. Right? But to that AI, I will add this twist. So whenever a student goes and puts it directly in ChatGPT, it will definitely give a wrong answer.
He said, sorry, I cannot generate visual content. And the student started discovering why it could not, what is the essence in that. The student then started learning in a different way. Put some constraints that block the discovery of information flow from AI to student abruptly, blindly. That keywords really make a sense. But if you give a fair one format data, simple text number, they can conquer it easily. Challenge them with multimodal, I say. The prompt shall be multimodal context. Then they will become more responsible. Good. Now participants, what were your expectations of this FDP before it began today? You know AI, some of you I believe. Part of it.
Can we maybe refine have some clarity on how to use the AI?
I hope this is same with most of you. In fact, all of you, right? This FDP keyword was leveraging AI actually, not learning AI, thanks it. The keyword really makes sense now. Step by step, phase after phase, you are discovering AI, but at the end of the game, either today or tomorrow, do not conclude the learnings as if it is a tool-driven, concept-driven, but application to realization. That's a framework actually. All the essence to stress in prompt engineering to conjunction of tools is to establish a framework for academia from industry, because in industry also we do research like you do. Our research are products, your research is knowledge actually. So to justify the equilibrium between these two, a framework is trying to be created as an industry institute interface. Anyway, at this juncture, how many of you now started trusting AI back again? Was your AI tool able to help you solve your problem? Forget about the circle problem, right? Well tried, but no solution so far. But digital mentor, can AI serve as a resource to you? Right? It can, to a certain extent, based on prompt priming. We call this mechanics as prompt engineering, or better called as prompt priming, or smart prompting. We call it as smart prompting. Now, considering this input, the next phenomenon is In tomorrow's class, you want to teach something new to your students. That is your responsibility as teacher. But students never know this. They simply come and present and listen to you and go away. Is it what happening or not? Some of them might, but most of them might not. How would you administer such a classroom in the future? Will you go with the legacy methods that you work more effort, you transfer more knowledge, and at the end, you don't take any? Still put back into AI and finish up the job. Is it what our classrooms are called smarter actually? They are harder classrooms, in fact, not smarter. But now let's play a reverse engineering. Tomorrow, if you want to teach some kind of a topic in engineering management, you relax. You hand over the topic to your student, inform them, advise them, demand them, command them to come prepared actually. Because they are doing it good at AI, right? Am I right? They are expertise in doing AI, am I right? The same culture that they got acquainted with, they'll take this topic and give to whom? And they'll bring a wealth of knowledge to the classroom, believe me. Then what is your role next? Sacrifice your class for one day, I say. Can you? Possible at PSG, madam, first of all? Other colleges, possible, madam? Capacity leaders here. Budding researchers. Right? Possible one day. Saturday or Friday. You be the student, they be the teacher actually. Listen to them. Whatever they brought, whatever they could. Challenge them. Acquire. Whatever they discovered on AI, you try to discover, extract, explore from them. Slowly inject this or cultivate this habit slowly. Prepare a setup of classrooms. Why? Because why I'm stressing on this is many good institutions in India, prominent by expertise, research, brand, infra, proved their capacity. But when such students, finished goods, appear before us in industry, they are not matching the heights of expectation. There is a gap. There's many reasons, right? But a 4-year program, a 2-year professional degree at MBA is a great time. Am I? Where is the missing gap? To uncover this, we next present an important phenomenon called, note down, flipped classroom. Under smart classroom phenomenon, the next opportunity for teachers is discovering the flipped classroom. Flipped classroom is no new culture or revenue, it is already there in education practices. The word flipped here refers to teacher to student contribution is reversed. Student to teacher contribution must start from here on. What is student to teacher contribution, sir? Submitting an assignment, solving a case study, writing an exam, getting a grade point. Is it what written you are expecting from a student or something else? Let me know your expectations now. What do you expect from your students when you teach them? Course completion, examination conduct, evaluation, what exactly? What is that, sir? Come on, let's be clear here. If we train you today, tomorrow our expectations are, we'll give challenges you have to solve. Am I clear? Are you all coming tomorrow? Let's be clear. Great. Is it what the same way we have to maintain with our students or not? You are giving something today. What is the return on investment tomorrow you are expecting? I know you are expecting a lot, but are you getting that? Or is it one way? Rethink about it. If it is one way, where is the gap? Some of them put a great effort, come back and show by AI or without AI, something good, appreciable. But rest of the world still needs an empowerment. Let's see what this matters. Note down this term, personalized learning. This really matters a lot in class. As I already mentioned, in a class of heterogeneous brains, a student makes teacher's biggest challenge is not to complete and design a syllabus. That's an easy thing for us. But how to convey that knowledge to each student that he gives a written. A written can be a performance, okay, what, anything. There are extra well. Personalized learning means different levels for different students. Once an engineering institute invited me, there the placement officer was introducing me to the students while students were sitting in 3 categories. A, performers, B, doers, C, learners it seems. What are they? Performers, doers and learners. I didn't understand what he said, keywords, but he elaborated it. Which type of student is a performer? The characteristics are continuous learner, regular attendee to the class, answers question very well, completes assignments on time, and already cracked 1 or 2 job letters. He is defined as performer. Doers are almost closer, but they are not converged. Learners, they come occasionally, they meet the teacher, they greet and go away. Wow, this is how you characterize your human resources. Please give this framework, we'll apply at IT, I said. In industry, we will bifurcate our workforce. But if you do, there is no organization that can survive. But if I give this scenario to you, what was the toughest challenge here? Performers is challenge to you, doers or learners? For teachers, which category is a responsibility to you and challenge to you? Equally, madam? Equally? How, madam? Very good. Okay. 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 You are bigger than AI actually. You don't know that. That's why we are at Coimbatore, both of us. You all are bigger than AI. But this student, to become performer, learner to become performer is using AI unnecessarily. That's the gap we have to cover. Now, if you ask me, if I were a teacher, as she rightly said, all are my students actually. Am I right? In fact, you are also believing that. That's your philosophy. That's a psychic you go with. All are your students. Everybody is equally important. By performance, by other learning character, we differ, but by job, by responsibility, they are our assets, not liabilities actually. So, how to make them an asset from a liability? Personalized learning for student and teacher is the formula, success mantra. So, adjust the difficulty of reading material. What is this reading material? Courseware, the learning instructor resources, the case studies, the teamwork, everything must be user-centric, written or result-oriented. Can we design such a curriculum, sir? Come on, take an engineering course, 5-unit syllabus, geared at a vision, object. How can such a carefully devised course can meet the expectations of students? Everybody is learning, but not all can really. Because while giving internships, we have observed, some students say we are good in this area, but we don't want to do internship in that area. This surprises us actually. Somebody takes a risk in other area which they never learned, but they still succeed. Such a kind of heterogeneous mix we are handling in a classroom. That's why it is still a classroom. We are yet responsible to make it smarter. How do flipped classrooms make it smarter? Let us see. Write down the formula that was written. Flipped learning is equal to pre-class preparation plus in-class application. This is a formula in AI we follow in a classroom. Pre-class preparation and in-class application. I hope all educators do this very much well. Are your students doing this is my question to you. Do you give them opportunity? Do they get time? Are they responsible to do this first of all? Should they do this first of all? Do you expect your students to perform this? Let a learner come prepared to a class, apply his or her, take out time, give a chance, and discover where they are. Still, a performer is a learner. Learner is undiscovered performer, I say. But only thing we have to is not restructure our course, just revise our work culture, I say. Short revisions can make it happen. For instance, how many of your students go to library? Have you seen that? Forget about AI. For next 10 minutes, we are not AI people. Library. Ma'am, this institute has a library? Good. Other institutions have a library? How many of your students go there? Does the library have books and other infra? It is rich, I think, but poor in attendance. Why students are not going when you set up the library? They have bigger world. Personalized world, which is a real library, AI. Then I asked one institute, Remove that library from here on. Why do you invest on it? Make it AI. Less investment, no cost. No. Leadership wants that. But no, that library is an asset bigger than that. It's a knowledge zone. How would you divert a student from AI to conventional learning actually? Flipped means try to create measures to cut down the practice of AI. Minimum intervention of AI, maximum human senses. Otherwise, believe me, no education in the world will sustain. As many questions you give, so many answers they will find in the future. Am I right, sir? Yes. I think next engineering programs from AICT should be 1 year then. All MBA should be executive, madam, not 2 years. Let the scenario don't become like that. That's why reinvent the wheel with flipped. If you teach a lesson today, a concept today, ask the kids to come prepared with a summary next day with a 200 word. Believe me, they crack it very easily, right? They take your notion and build it and ChatGPT come back. Do not accept that. Do not try to even ask them whether it is right or wrong. Do not do plagiarism testing. Do not trouble them. Just ask them to explain. At least a minute, at least. Give them a minute. 2 minutes to discover what. To their joy, they'll jump and say, we have done this. Make them a culprit of knowledge and a victim of AI actually. In a smarter way. Flipped classrooms do this. But do not stop there. If they come up and try to impress you or convince you, give them one more opportunity. Do not stop them. How do you, instead of tailor-made learning, reverse engineered learning is flipped. Like poles repel each other. Unlike when they are with AI, you don't go against AI, I say. You move away from AI, immerse them in AI. Slowly. They'll discover more and more until they get exhausted. At a point, they say, there is something in AI which is not possible. They have to be human again, actually. Give them flipped classroom prompts. Give them responsibilities. Let them dig deeper, come further. But what are the challenges here for a teacher? Checks and balances. The student goes more explosive in AI, drilling down, challenging you that I have done the work. Establish some metrics always. What is it? For each assignment exam, I hope you are evaluating through some systematic evaluation marks, right? Short answer, multiple objectives, whatever language you use. At each evaluation in the classroom fortnight, you build a rubric template. The template includes parameters such as what parameters as an educator you consider to decide that a student is capable. Identify 5 parameters and list them each professor here. That you consider as a teacher, if these characteristics are there, student is considered to be capable performer. What are those 5? Punctuality, attendance, communication skill, listening skill, writing skill, whatever I don't know. Identify 5 and give it to me, each one. We can teach many courses, dear friends, but what is without a vision? Identify 5 important parameters. If you want, you can ask ChatGPT also. You become the student-centric. Ask, drill down. Identify with ChatGPT and Gemini. Do that. Identify 5 critical factors that determine the capability, maturity of student. But if you don't want to believe AI, but you have seen the ages of students that your great hands have sent them out to industry, use that now. If your ChatGPT gives 5 and his ChatGPT gives 5, no student will have 10, madam. Even if you give this work to your student, they will go home and do ChatGPT only, Gemini only. They never discover the internal what they have. Right. Flipped classroom activities. Why is this needed? Have you now understood the essence of flipped classroom, sir? Where does it add value? Instead of straightforward communication, one way, a bilingual learning, bi-directional learning from student to teacher is also very much essential. In terms of case study discussion, project assignment evaluation, whatever procedure, standard procedures you operate, apart from that in a different way. The reason is different students have different levels of knowledge in different subject areas. How do students here select the specialization in MBA? Do you guide them or they take on specialization? On what basis? Area of interest? Confidence? AI and data science are the markets today. Tomorrow, we industry will shut down wantedly. How do you manage them? Market is in our hands, student hands or market hands? Market is in market hands. How do we trust that market then? In US, you know what is happening already. See, system environment driven is definitely a learning, a great perception I say. But how do we convert our students into unified intelligence, cross-integrated intelligence? That is, can a marketing student needs to understand a balance sheet? I mean, generic question I'm asking to management professors. Are there circumstances in your classroom where you educate a marketing student to at least read a balance sheet, financial position of a company?
Yes.
Can a human resource tackle a group of marketers? Are such scenarios needed, sir? If class is heterogeneous, definitely it is an advantage to teacher, believe me. Mixed mode. Different imaginations have one goal, that is either career or success. So here, adjust the reading difficulty. Show them the kind of basic level of learning with generic practice questions at the end of each discussion of your classroom. Increase the complexity of learning by challenging them with more robust scenarios. If all marketing teachers, if all core engineering teachers align your coursework, delivery mechanism and assignments in the same line, that's a great education. Good. But if any kind of interdisciplinary challenges are given, because industry is not straightforward, sir, industry is interdisciplinary. We need mechanical engineers to write a Java program. Do you know that? We need a marketer to do analytics actually. That is the industry, that is a market current as of now. So align these challenges by pushing them towards those horizons with these flipped classroom activities. Generally, in traditional classroom, what is happening? Read the first line. Where is the laser? In flipped classroom, what is happening? Teachers lecture in the class and students do exercises at home. Am I right? But at home, what they are doing? At home, what they are doing, sir? Anybody know? Homework actually. When they bring it to the class, it's a magic. In between these two, something is happening. But now you change its culture a bit, I see. Students learn the basic before class. You don't teach everything and ask them to solve the later part. Do not give them the conclusion, you give them the beginning actually. Reverse it. Flipped means reverse the task. For example, if a teacher in engineering has to teach machine learning concepts, which is a course, 3-credit course for instance, you give them the task of AI and AI applications in industry. The task you have to give is what? Do not directly start the classroom with machine learning. Rather, you empower, enlighten the student by giving a task, by asking them to come prepared with learning. By discovering AI tools, the AI tools will boil the student with AI machine learning deep learning also. So they will go with one task, come with many returns. Challenge them. Try it. There is no harm in a flipped classroom, but make sure how the drill down, is it controllable? Is it trustable? Whether the student is meeting your expectations of experiments? Please thoroughly check. And then do a debate and role play. On a fortnight class, stop your regular teaching. Flipped classroom responsibilities from student to teacher deliberations have to take place. So here, we would like to give some prompts. Okay. Everybody type this prompt, sir. Leadership crisis. Just 2 keywords. Leadership in crisis. It's a great learning, right? Many organizations are hit by COVID pandemic. How do these industries survive? What is the style of leadership followed? Leadership in crisis is a topic. HR fraternity especially, challenge your students on this area, research area, before you talk about leadership actually. Make them responsible, come prepared on this area. Because where is leadership required, madam? For every organization. But where is leadership really needed? Exactly. Crisis. Hence, add a context, create enthusiasm and excitement in student, make them go discover in a flipped classroom activity. Here, many students will learn not only leadership, how leaders are born and managed in crisis. Uncertainty is what they learn, come discover. Ask them to write a short 200-word summary. Ask them to create a 2-minute explainer video or script, what not. Ask them to create a questionnaire, caselet, quiz, everything. Different instruments you can use in classroom to evaluate them based on your comfort and their availability and correlation. Leadership in crisis. Push the prompt to the whiteboard. Yeah, you will share it to the whiteboard. You can copy as it is. Leadership in crisis. This is a multi-prompt technique or smart prompts. We call flipped classroom as smart prompts. Throwing light on many outcomes. First, learning outcome, experimental, experiential outcomes. All these will be shared with students. And do not only just take their word of mouth and explanation, because that is not generated by them, as you know, it is AI generated. Ask them in class, you will quote an example. Quote an? Or if they don't quote, why to trouble student? You give an example and ask them justify the leadership. Empower them, they will elevate themselves. Flipped classrooms are different actually. Got it, sir? Some results are coming? Yes. She pasted? Now it's pasted? Check it. Was this available to your participants? Listen. Okay, we'll share again. On the whiteboard, this prompt will be available to you. This is one simple example of a flipped classroom activity involving context, concept, and a role play responsibility to students. You don't give a case study, ask them to decode. Ask them to create a storyline of themselves on a context. Got it now? Yes, drill down. Rather than giving a conventional case study on leadership and ask them to come prepared, ask them to create a case at least on leadership. Definitely they are going to take no doubt in it because they are not others like you, they are not researchers like you. But they believe AI as their partner, undoubtedly. And they start investing their time and effort in it. Am I right? Correct. And they bring what is here on screen. Right. Next one, full screen. Come on, keep drilling the results. No need to compare with Gemini. Don't waste your time in mapping ChatGPT to Gemini and don't try to discover a new AI. That was just an experiment we did. Whether it's GPT or Gemini, all are capable. Each one will use their LLM backbone intelligence and get it done. Now, let's see one more scenario. Teachers imagine are choosing a topic, corporate leadership. Now I'm changing the context. Earlier was leadership. Now more specific context. What is that? Corporate leadership. Copy this prompt. Challenge your students to come prepare on corporate leadership. The prompt. Initially help them by prompting, because if they don't know what to write, they might run in wrong prompts unnecessarily, going in wrong results, chaotic results. Avoid that. For few instances, you train them with prompt engineering to make them AI savvy, really AI savvy. Can you push this prompt? Summarize this topic in 200 words for a particular subject or a grade. Can be a finance student, can be a marketing student, something else. Because a marketing student, do you think will get time in life to learn leadership? Come on, honestly. Our curriculum really focuses and gets time to focus on leadership. In engineering institution, I have seen, sir, EC students are having optional electives. Am I right? Professional electives. Professional and I asked the HOD what is this. They said, because this world is technology and most industry only believes in CSE, AML, data science. What about the core engineers? Let to give an interdisciplinary integration of the allied engineering subjects with the core was integrated as PE or OE, optional elective or professional elective. Does it add value? Such a classroom is flipped. The core electrical electronic engineer is taking out time wantedly to discover a course which he or she never belonged to. But without that learning, they are still dead actually. The same way, the core computer science engineering, AML should also learn interdisciplinary integration of other core engineering. Yes, teachers compare the result, which is best for student. Summarize this prompt, ask your students to learn the art of flipped classroom. Do not educate the student directly, give an assignment and make them rush to ChatGPT and bring result. Gone is that era. That era is no longer useful. Create a positive responsibility era. Still they will do the old culture only, but they will learn. Do you expect this from your students? Am I right, everybody? How many of you agree with me? Such a kind of responsible learning injected from here on will bring a change in the future. But if we give assignment case study regularly in our conventional method, then also they are responsible, but not know where it converges actually. Next one. Good. Let's see some practical use cases quickly. Imagine one day, maybe a weekend, you want to test your students' learning capability on all the 5 days that you taught. How do you plan your classroom instrument? Which task you like to give as an educator? Let me know from your experience. Polls? Okay, still? Poll something like exam with the options. So they must apply the concept and then will give. The one who answers correctly win the poll, the rest will learn by failing. Others, engineering fraternity. After 5 days of rigor teaching with efforts, how do you plan to evaluate a student on a weekend 6th day in case? Small assignment, madam. Right, good. Tutorial. Good. These are great instruments in academia. Here on to that system, just add one more. Give them a problem. Whether we call it assignment in your nomenclature, we call it industry problem. Let them be problem solvers. From learners to problem solvers. Flipped classroom vision is what? Transform your students from learners to, give them time, no problem. Because some of them can solve, some of them may not. Smarter classroom's vision is turning student from learner to problems. That way, the earlier college who was categorizing performer to a learner, student had performance. When we ask who are they say proudly. What is it? Performers. How early you reach to this transformation is your future success, not a history actually. And I hope some taxonomy is management education, you are following Bloom's taxonomy something, right? Make sure to align not only the curriculum to Bloom, sir, learning also to Bloom. What is learning? Students' learned outcomes should also match with Bloom's taxonomy. Objectives, outcomes must be met or not. That part should also be considered during evaluation. And finally, for closure, differentiated assignment. Are you giving only one assignment to all students same, or each student will get different assignment? How many of you give same assignment to all students? Raise a hand. What is the vision of that actually?
Presentations would be different.
Okay. Will be same. There is one way, madam, to do this. If teamwork really matters in human, some of them are work learners, some of them don't. Make them a team. Give them one common problem. Try it initially. One or two responsible will work. Rest all will chorus. That is generic classroom. But keep trying random. In a research sample that you have done, research sample is similar or at random? Why you have chosen random? Similar sample you have selected, no? No? won't be an efficient, won't have an outcome at all. In simple language, it won't generate any meaningful. Random characteristics of the universe will give a different knowledge. That's why mutate the same problem you reiterate in different contexts and give to student. Let the problem original context be same, but add constraint based, goal based, tone based with AI. Reiterate the problem and challenge them. Each one will learn the problem at the core, and at the final juncture they will create world of solutions. Business analytics is used for what purpose actually in MBA? Anybody? Those who are teaching it? Good. Madam, you said decision making. Other faculty here? Real time applications. Next. Data analysis, sir. Pattern discovery. Visualization. One framework for world of solutions. That should be our exercise to student. Our exercise to student should not be a meager job or responsibility. Rather, it should be a knowledge discovery. Simple. Begin with small, straightforward approach. Reiterate. Flipped classrooms really make it happen great. But for teacher, to make it more interesting, we recommend you to experiment flipped classrooms with case studies first, right now? Case studies and caselets must be directed. Every time a teacher gives case study, student now gets the approach. They track your approach. My teacher is going to give next week case study. Let me be absent. You create a Padma Vyuha for them. I know all of them are Abhimanyu. You are the only Arjuna who can enter inside. Create it. You reiterate the learning curve in such a way with flipped classroom that leave no trial of prediction for student next week what is going to happen. Fear has a concern with you. It will make human grow. And knowledge will create more fear and more responsibility. But if you don't emphasize on this, they will take on a lighter note and drive it greatly with their AI. So these are all the game changer activities to convert the meager classroom into moderate, smarter to the best part. But make sure always, as I say, each trial, each experiment that you define in a new iterative approach must have a roadmap, outcome, clear vision, goal-oriented, why you have planned this, what you want to achieve. Expectations from your side to student mapping document must be prepared. Then only such experiments will give at least some result, even if not best result. Is it clear? There are some more activities that have been described in PPT, keeping timing constraint. We will share to you, madam. Please forward this copy to all our enthusiastic participants. Give them some time. Drill down all these today at the final. What we did today in the afternoon. Come on, mighty Coimbatore, you cannot be silent like this. What we did today, ladies and gentlemen? Come on. How to make AI as a good digital partner. How to transform our classrooms to be smarter. Flipped classrooms to be smarter. But lot more is left over tomorrow. More we spoke about the teacher-student responsibility. But thanks to your contribution, teachers. Are you also happy and growing? Let me know. Entire lifetime you are giving to your student growth. Are you growing? I am asking. How? Your growth is your research and knowledge management. That makes you unique. Tomorrow we'll start with research, integration with AI, human bias in research, how to overcome with AI, and how to map with advanced tools and make it more smarter classrooms. Any questions? And security and privacy, right? One research paper I received from my friend and said that is authorized, I have written. What should I do? Support my friend or oppose and justify, inspect, audit? What should I do? Writing a research paper is easy, believe me. I am a peer blind reviewer of Emerald Insight and Springer. Tough job for me. Shall I use AI there or not? If I use AI, I think my job is easy like your student's job. Overnight I can justify many papers, but no. Human perception is required. Such discussions we are going to keep reserved for tomorrow entire full day. More prompts, more engineering, more smarter prompts, more activities. Hands-on brainstorming, collaborative learning, definite competition because tomorrow is different. Right? Make sure, madam, at what time you are planning?
9:15 tomorrow.
Yeah, 9:15. Request all the esteemed participants to kindly be available. We'll start tomorrow different. But one point. Can we learn from our past to become better in the future?
Yes.
What did I say? Can we learn from our
Past better.
If today is past, tomorrow is the future. Thank you. Thank you.